Hey, what's up, everybody? Good morning and a happy Monday. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk studios. Whether you're listening on the radio dials of 105.1 FM, 790 AM, also available online to stream it up at sportstalk1051.com. Got the YouTube video stream also up and rolling. Your app, download it, take it on the go, the Wisco Sports App. You've got, you can stream it up online at, I already said sportstalk1051.com, didn't I? It's Monday, man, and after this weekend, man, have to bear with me here a little bit. So, anyways, you get the gist. Thanks for tuning in and making us a part of your start on this, well, shall we call it maybe a little bit of a therapy Monday? If you are a fellow Packers fan out there, I know there's probably a lot of you waiting to vent, waiting to get a little some things off your chest. We could kind of make it a grind my gears Monday for some, or maybe you just want to, I don't know. I don't know, but we definitely kind of know the gist of where we're all going with this thing, right? Packers falling to the Chicago Bears after dropping a 21-3 lead Saturday night. Don't probably need to revisit all what transpired throughout that game, but nonetheless, the season is over with. It's done. Put it in the books, close it, on to 2026, however you're approaching this thing. But, yeah, a lot of questions now going forward, right? And it starts with the big one. What do you do with the head coach? What do you do with Matt LaFleur? Before the game, NFL Network Ian Rappaport had reported that didn't matter what the conclusion was going to be in that game Saturday night, that the Packers and Matt LaFleur were going to work on an extension regardless of the result. But one does have to wonder the result of that game, of not just the result of the game, but how that game transpired, how it went down. Is that still the case? Is that still the case that they were going to work on a contract extension? Matt LaFleur yesterday in his presser saying that he did chat a little bit with Ed Policy on the flight back. And was expected to talk with Ed Policy either last night or today. My gut, my assumption in this whole thing is we are going to find out rather soon. I would expect, again, this is just me, but I would expect that if Ed Policy and the Packers do want to make a change at the head coaching position, we'd find out, golly, like I would say today, by the latest Wednesday. If you want to get in on some head coach interviews and hit the ground running, I would expect it's going to be decided rather quickly, and especially if they're interested in maybe, if they do make a move, if they want to maybe give Halfley a shot at that, because now he's up to 5 teams that want to interview him. So, again, that's just me. That's my assumption, my gut feeling on the whole thing. And I know I know it's the big debate, it's the big conversation point out there. Should Matt LaFleur be fired or not? That's what everybody's going back and forth on. And I totally get it, and I understand it. My thing is, and I'm not trying to cop out of it, I honestly don't know. Okay? Because here's the thing. I can make cases for each side. I can make cases for why they should. I can make cases for why they shouldn't. And ultimately, it comes down to this. Whatever does transpire, whatever happens, whether they let go of LaFleur, whether they decide to bring him back, it is what it is. And it always starts with the G for me. It's always go Pack Go. Okay? I'm not going to get all riled up one way or the other. I'm not going to get upset, or I'm not going to be throwing stuff against the wall or just, banging the table for this thing to happen. Some will, and that's fine. That's your prerogative. That's your rights. I want what's best for the green and gold. And right now, at this point, I don't know what that is. Some fans may think they know what it is. That's fine. You can have that opinion. Right now, I don't. And I don't envy to be in Ed Policy's position right now to try to figure this thing out. I don't. The one thing I will say, though, is that I do believe that there probably has to be some changes some way, somehow. I mean, you cannot go status quo, right? I mean, you can't do status quo. And you look at how that game went down, and you look at how a lot of games went down and losing a lot of leads. Something about that. Again, I don't know what the magic answer is to that, but that's got to insanely be fixed. Because that is that is ridiculous. And that is incredibly frustrating. And that is incredibly disappointing. To blow a lot of leads that they had this year, not just this playoff game, but you go back to Denver, you go back to the other Chicago game, right? You go to those games. It's like, what the heck? You need the closer. And I know Micah was considered the closer of the defense, right? They're playing the Mariano Rivera Metallica walkout song, Enter Sandman. And he goes down, your closer goes down, you can't close games. But you have to be able to, especially when you have double-digit leads, you should still be able to come out with a victory in that. So, but ultimately, I don't know what's going to happen with LaFleur. And again, I'm not doing it with the purpose of copping out here, because I could be convinced either way. I can make cases either way. I don't know what's going to happen with him, whether he's back or not. And honestly, I would understand the reasonings from each side. I honestly would. Okay, I totally would get that. But I will say this: if he is back next year, there has to be some sort of other changes in this thing. One, I wouldn't mind if he gave up play calling. If somehow you get a Mike McDaniel or an experienced play caller to come in, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I think you definitely have to look at special teams. Okay? I know there's a few people out there that aren't completely faulting Brandon McManus, and there was a lot of other issues that went on, but let's be real here too. 7 points left off the board. 7 points. Defense shouldn't be allowing 20-some points in the fourth quarter. Granted, complimentary football wasn't there. The offense, inexcusable performance coming out of halftime. Credit to Chicago and Dennis Allen. Their defensive approach completely changed in that second half. Packers' offensive line was doing a really good job in the first half, and then all of a sudden, I mean, a complete 180 from that offensive line group. It was pathetic. It felt like everything that went wrong was going to go wrong in this thing. So I'm very curious to see what happens. Again, what I think is, in the next couple of days here. It's going to be quick. I think a decision on LaFleur is going to happen very quick. Because if you want to move on, or you feel like you need to move on, you got to jump into that interview pool ASAP, as soon as possible, especially if you consider in-house option of Hafley. Or if you want to get in on some of the other top candidates that are potentially out there. You want to get in there. And I honestly feel like if Green Bay were to open up, if it's not the top job available, it's top 2. You got a lot of things in place. You've got a really good quarterback. You've got Micah Parsons on the defensive side. You've got a really good running back. You've got some options at wide receiver. You got a good tight end coming back. Definitely holes, there's no question, but you're in position to compete right away. And that would instantly draw a lot of interest for prospective head coaches. But I'm really interested to see what Ed Policy decides to do here. And again, if we use that report from Ian Rappaport Saturday afternoon, that it didn't matter the result of that game, they were going to work on an extension, it would seem like, all right, signed, sealed, delivered. But again, I just wonder, the way that thing went down, does that change? Does that change the mindset a little bit? Again, I don't envy Ed Policy being in this situation whatsoever. I don't envy it at all. And, you know, a lot of the focus is going to be on the head coach and such. But, you know, I don't think, you know, you can – and I think Goody has done some really good stuff, and I do want him back as general manager. I will say this. I think he has done enough to bring back a general – but he's not absolved from any of this either. I think looking at the cornerback position going into this season, it didn't work out. You instantly need an upgrade over there. The offensive line, the decisions on that group, it didn't work out. They need an influx in talent over there. And considering the cap situations and such, they're going to have to hit on the draft. And that's going to put pressure on some of these position coaches to do a better job with these players too. So there's a lot on the table because the window is now. The window's now, as long as you have a Micah coming back, as long as you have Jordan Love playing at a high level. And I really hope nobody has like a lot of questions on Jordan Love. I really hope that when you look at what has gone on through this season and you look at his playoff performance too, there was no rust with that guy. Those dime throws that he had. I really hope there's no debate amongst Packers fans about whether Jordan Love or Malik Willis anymore. And that is not a knock on Malik Willis. Jordan Love is the dude. He is the guy. He is the starter going forward. And I'm feeling good about that. Very good about that. If you want to get something off your chest, you have thoughts on what Green Bay should do with the head coach. I mean, we're going to have a lot of time and a lot of days leading up to this to really look at the offseason, but we know that the big question mark, the first potential domino to fall, has got to be that head coach. That's the big question. Will he be back? Will he or won't he be back? And we're all kind of just waiting to see. But, all right, send me your, also, it's the VFW Post 305 best and worst of the weekend. I think probably for me, it's pretty simple. I might as well just tell you mine right now. Worst was what happened Saturday night. Best, what happened Saturday. During the day, though, how about the Badger men's basketball team taking down number 2 Michigan, 91-88. Fantastic win. Silent assassin Greg Garden again. But a fantastic win on the road in Michigan for the Wisconsin Badger basketball team. We have been wondering, are they a team that, hey, they're good, but when they go up against really good competition, they fall a little bit short. They killed that narrative, at least right now, by going on the road and picking up a win against the number 2 team in the country. Fantastic. That was the best for me from the weekend. You can make your picks, though. If you have the same or different ones, let me know. Also, it's kind of a perfect day to have this as well. I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. I'm not saying blank, but I'm just saying blank. All right, best ones, I'll read off on the air. Okay? So, Pitter patter, let's get at her. We know what's kind of on the docket here for a big chunk of this morning, right? Let's talk some Packers football as we kind of do a little therapy Monday here this morning. Kind of, not to rehash the Saturday game too much, but how would you approach this offseason with the number one question that is out there? I guess it's kind of two questions if you really look at it. Goody and LaFleur. I know this theory has been thrown out there. Does that policy go back to what it used to be where, all right, all football decisions are made by the general manager, and then he puts the head coaching decision in the general manager's hands? That's been thrown out there as a possibility. What are your thoughts? All right, we'll take our first break, and we'll jump into the waters right away with this thing. So, all right, quick break, and we'll be back here in just a couple minutes. Hey, skip the cooking tonight and stop by Hy-Vee in Eau Claire. Their ready-to-eat section is packed with fresh, delicious options from chef-prepared meals and salads to sandwiches, wraps, and hot sides. It's fast, it's convenient, and it's perfect for lunch, dinner, or even a quick snack on the go. Grab exactly what you want, when you want it, and enjoy a meal that is ready in minutes. It's Hy-Vee in Eau Claire. Fresh, flavorful, and ready to eat. B's mom chiming in early this morning saying, I don't think the coach should be fired, but what about the defense and special teams? Can't hold a lead of any kind. They should start there. So, couple more messages coming in here. Ben says, I do not think LaFleur should be fired, and I don't think he will be fired, but I do think it's going to be similar to Nick Sirianni from a couple of years ago, where there is a lot of change within the assistant coaching, and hopefully that leads to a Super Bowl like it did for the Eagles. Another texter saying, I also don't think LaFleur will be fired. I'm indifferent, kind of like you. I can make cases to keep him and cases to move on. The rest of you, feel free to hit me up. All right. 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line. Or you can also hit us up on the YouTube chats this morning. So, again, I honestly feel like we're going to find out pretty soon here about Matt LaFleur's tenure with the Green Bay Packers. I feel like we're going to find out fairly soon, and I hope we find out soon. Now, I know our good friend Rob Domofsky in his latest piece noted that it would be fairly soon, and it will be known publicly. Because remember the last time too, when Mark Murphy was the man in charge, it really wasn't public. It wasn't known that LaFleur and Goody got their last contract extensions. Like, they didn't make this big announcement or anything like that. And Rob's piece over there says, that's probably going to be different this time around. And I think a lot of it too is just because, well, we know that it's the big question out there, right? So, but I hope at least, it's decided soon here. It's nonetheless a huge decision. It's a big decision for Ed Policy to make. Probably his his first big decision to make here. And I don't envy the guy for this situation, because, again, I can make the case, in my opinion, I can make the case of whether to keep him or to not keep Matt LaFleur. I can make cases for both sides here. And, excuse me, and that's where I'm glad I'm just kind of a fan, where I can just sit back and watch it all kind of play out here, because it's a tough one. You look at it from both sides. Great regular season record from Matt LaFleur. A fantastic job in developing Jordan Love as your quarterback. Consistently offensive numbers, top 5, top 10 in the league. Those are I'm just paraphrasing some positives. Some downfalls, obviously we see the results in playoffs. We see some of the results from this year. We see the shortcomings. We see not able to hold on to leads. Right? I mean, we know some of the shortcomings. So it's tough. Anybody who doesn't think it's a tough decision, you're kidding to yourself right now. And honestly, yeah, if LaFleur is available as a head coach, he's probably going to be hired. He's probably going to move up towards the top, if not the top of the list of available head coaches out there. I'm not on the Harbaugh. If Green Bay does make a move, I'm not on the Harbaugh bandwagon. I'm just, that doesn't trip my trigger. And it's not necessarily a knock on Harbaugh, but I have yet to see a really good argument as to why Harbaugh would be this magic hire for Green Bay to take him over the top. I mean, again, you look at the numbers, I mean, there's a lot of similarities to, well, one, Mike McCarthy. And again, I'm not trying to make that as a knock on Mike McCarthy, but I mean, the numbers aren't like worlds better than what Matt LaFleur has had out there. So I haven't been convinced on that one yet. Maybe somebody can convince me on it. But I think ultimately what comes down to, I'm assuming Green Bay still has their leadership council amongst the players. I'm assuming they still have that. I'm curious if Ed Policy would go to that leadership council players, kind of get some feedback. Hey, what's the locker room like? What's the vibe like? What's the input from the players? If I'm Ed Policy, again, that's just me. I would want that info. I would want that info from the leadership council amongst the Packers, those players. What are their thoughts on the coaching situation? What are their thoughts on their head coach? What do they see as deficiencies of this team? What are their opinions? Gather all the facts. I don't think there's any issue whatsoever in getting feedback from players, your leader players, the Jordan Loves, the Josh Jacobs, those type of players. What are their thoughts on this thing? And if you get some negative reviews, if you get some negative feedback or some questionable stuff, okay, then I think you have to seriously look at making a change. Let's take a quick phone call here this morning. I believe, is this, do we have C-Bomb here this morning?
Good morning, El Capitano. It is a gutted Monday morning.
Gutted therapy Monday morning. Yeah, however we want to phrase it, dude. How are you holding up?
I feel like I'm dreaming. It has been an awful 48 hours for this guy. I'll tell you what, something has to happen within the coaching ranks of this team, and whether it's LaFleur, and I've been on a LaFleur bandwagon all year. I think I'm in your camp. I'm not a huge Harbaugh guy. Bring a Harbaugh in, great. What does he do for the offense?
Yeah.
And but the offense, it wasn't great, obviously. But defensively, all this talk about Hafley all year getting another coaching job. The last 5 games of the year, look at Baltimore. We had no answer for Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
I mean, Derrick Henry's Derrick Henry, but other teams can scheme up ways to stop him. We did nothing. This game, in the second half, they ran that soft cover 2 the entire second half, and they kept throwing that same spot in the hole 20 yards downfield, and we had nothing for it. So it's like, can we not make in-game adjustments, And I was going to touch on, and you hit on it, like while I was right as I was on hold, is, what's the locker room like? Is the locker room still amped up behind him? Or did he, like Harbaugh, lose the locker room? So I think there's a lot of questions that have to be answered that none of us can see, but something definitely has to happen because – and I saw some people complaining about injuries, right? How injured we were, all the people we lost. Didn't seem to bother those injuries. So I don't want to hear injuries as an excuse. We lost Micah Parsons, yes, but then to rip off 5 straight losses, that's a failure of a season. You talked earlier in the year about if the Brewers don't go to the World Series, is that a failure? No, but to go one and done in the playoffs with this roster, that's a failed season in my opinion.
The Micah Parsons injury and such, and I do feel like there's a certain amount of like all pro players and starters when you lose them to an injury, it's going to have an effect. But the Micah Parsons was really interesting because what was kind of the talk after that? It's like, okay, now we're going to, and I think C-Bomb, you even kind of brought up, okay, now this is going to be the defense that essentially we're going to open up the season with, or we thought we were going to open up the season with, a la no Kenny Clark, and I know Devontae Wyatt missed time here too. So, I mean, you look at my question then, C-Bomb, would be, what if we didn't have Micah Parsons? If this was a defense that we were going to open up with those pass rushers, those edge rushers, is this even a playoff team at this point? Because I think maybe what we saw in the last 2 games, it probably isn't. What are your thoughts?
The way it all went down and the way we played, no. I mean, we got to 9 wins with Parsons, and without him, we got none. So and he does. I mean, one guy doesn't make a team, obviously, but when he's wrecking that pocket and the quarterback has half the time, Caleb Williams, he could have knitted a sweater back there. We weren't even close to him. So yeah, they did a great job of containing him, not letting him run wild. But he's an NFL quarterback. You give an NFL quarterback 8 seconds, he's going to complete the ball almost every time. So it just, losing Parsons killed this defense. But without him, were we a playoff team? I would say no. Not with what we saw on the field the last month of the season. So it's frustrating. And whose head's going to roll? And I go back. I was one of them. I'm like, I've been defending LaFleur. He's got to go. But I mean, that's emotion talking right after the game. My question is, if he goes, who replaces him? And does Harbaugh, replace the deficiencies that LaFleur's team brings? One thing I will say about this team that I was complaining the first half of the season is how undisciplined they were, and I think they corrected that, and I think that comes from LaFleur. So they weren't getting all the stupid penalties. They still got some, everybody does, but earlier in the year, man, like Keyshawn Nixon, I wanted to, boot him into Lake Michigan.
Right. Yeah.
But I mean, there's what's going to happen, Dan? Put on the prognosticator cap here. What's going to happen?
This is tough, man. If I had to put a wager on it, I think LaFleur's back next year. I wonder if it's going to be a similar situation to, remember Nick Sirianni a couple years ago, where it was like he was kind of given an ultimatum and he had to bring in Vic Fangio and Kellen Moore and sort of thing. I don't know if it'll be to that extreme, but if LaFleur is back, I think you do have to do something different with whether it's position coaches, special teams coordinator. Honestly, I don't know your thoughts on this, but I wouldn't mind if somehow they can bring in like a Mike McDaniels offensive coordinator to call plays for the team as well. So and then the other part in this really quick, Steve, before I have to let you go, but it's like, okay, so how much do you blame LaFleur? How much do you blame the players on the field for not doing their job well enough, not performing well enough? How much do we blame Jeff Hafley for giving up 20-some points in the fourth quarter? How much blame goes to Goody for, hey, this is the cornerbacks we're going to run out there with. This is the offensive line we're going to run out there with. Like, what are the different levels of blame when it comes to this team?
I think there's blame that can go all around, but I do think you touched on a little bit there with Goody in the corners. I think our secondary was a little weaker than we anticipated this season. And honestly, I go to Hafley. I mean, granted, I haven't sat and studied tape. I'll leave that to the guys like you and DeGuano and people that want to look at tape. But I didn't see adjustments out of our defense like the way that you'd anticipate them seeing. I thought Hafley, if he had a great game plan and rocked it, we dominated. But a lot of that domination came from number one out there wrecking things. So I'm on the fence. Something's got to happen. It's got to happen. 9 wins. And then just ripping off a month of losing and then getting embarrassed in the playoffs. That first half was great. Chicago made adjustments, and in game we did nothing but let them dominate us in that second half, and that was awful.
Right. No, I agree. Hey, C-Bomb, appreciate the phone call this morning, buddy, and we'll chat again soon, okay?
Thanks for having me, brother. We're going to have a great offseason. Go Pack, go.
All right, there you go. There's C-Bomb hopping off here this morning. Hey, we got to take a quick break. We got a few other messages to get to, so keep those coming. Hit me up, 715-830-1912. Quick break, and we'll be back after these few words. When your vehicle needs service, you want a shop that you can trust, and that's AJM Automotive in Eau Claire. From routine maintenance to more involved repairs, AJM Automotive delivers honest work, clear communication, and quality service that you can count on. Their experienced technicians take the time to explain what your vehicle needs so that there are no surprises, just reliable results. Whether it's brakes, tires, diagnostics, or general auto repair, AJM Automotive keeps you safely on the road and back behind the wheel with confidence. For dependable auto care done right, choose AJM Automotive in Eau Claire, where your vehicle is treated like it matters. Give them a call today. Plus, don't forget the towing and the snow plowing services that AJM Automotive provides. Give them a call today. 715-835-9523. Again, that number, 715-835-9523. We've got a few questions, or a few, no, I shouldn't say questions, a few comments over here. Let's go to YouTube first off. We've got, and I apologize for if I can't, these usernames on YouTube is sometimes hard to get. Is it Taylor? Taylor Hakes 4717. I would argue the combination of Lucas Van Ness, Parsons, and Kingsley and Sorrell made the defense passable. The lack of clock management and blown drives to start the game gave our defense no chance. Matt LaFleur did a number on our last 3 minutes of the game, 2 to 3 plays that needed to stay in the middle of the field to keep the clock running. Ended up out of bounds and stopping the clock. Couple more here. Steve from Eau Claire, don't fire the coach. Many factors went into a 5-game losing streak ending the season, but with 20-plus free agents on the Packers, hundreds more to choose from, and we still lose at least, and we will lose at least 2 assignment coaches. Let's keep searching. Let's keep searching for a new head coach out of the equation. We've got Coach V saying, time to trade or send Gary packing, see what we can get for him. I do think that'll be an easy decision. That'll be a release probably. I just need a fresh start. It's like we're slipping in the mud and can't get out of it. Need a new vision. Either our players are not good enough or they're not coached well enough. You're right. If Parsons is healthy, we're not having those discussions. 49ers still got it done. Yeah, I mean, that's why I thought Kyle Shanahan should get more attention for Coach of the Year, what the 49ers have done. And I get their defensive numbers have not been great, and I think they're bottom or towards the bottom of like sacks and pressures and such, but they're still winning ball games. So we've got Living a Dream, Jeff saying, gets him on the fence with LaFleur. Season is now over. Still don't know what the identity of the team was. The same things that were issues at the end were the same in the beginning, with the exception of false starts getting better. LaFleur fell on a sword for the team after every loss, so maybe he is accountable. Peggy says, missed the first segment. Did you talk about 7 points left out there by McManus? He failed the Packers' chances for success the most. Yes, we did mention that earlier as well. So you can continue to send us your thoughts. Hit me up, 715-830-1912. I saw a Mike McDaniel update from Tom Pelissero. Former Dolphins coach Mike McDaniel will interview this week for the Browns, Falcons, Titans, and Ravens head coaching jobs. Also scheduled to interview for the Lions offensive coordinator jobs too. So, again, I'll keep saying this. If he's available and Green Bay elects to bring in a different vision for the offensive coordinator and LaFleur willing to give up play calling for Mike McDaniel, I'd be okay with that. That would be one. That would be an assistant move I would be okay with. You know, ultimately, when we look at this thing, I don't think there was just one thing wrong with this Packers team, not just from this playoff game, but the way the team finished the season, the regular season. There wasn't just one thing. We can throw injuries in there. We can throw the lack of talented players. There is no question in my mind they need upgrades on offensive line. They need upgrades in the corner. The cornerback room, you can point that to assistant coaches not developing them. You can point that to the front office for making poor decisions. You can point to coaching and how the game plans went, whether it was the beginning of games or closing out games, both from a defensive coordinator and the head coach. There was a missed kicks. A lot of reasons, not just one, but there was a lot of reasons why the season finished the way it did. But somebody or something has to be held accountable, and that's ultimately what's probably going to happen. Whether it's the head coach, whether it's the general manager, whether it's assistant coaches, or whether it's players, or a little bit of both. Somebody, something will be held accountable in this. It has to happen. Something has to change. There's no doubt you can't go status quo. Okay? You can't just say, hey, yeah, we got to look at this and make our changes, and then just kind of run it back with everything. That can't happen. That's inexcusable. You can't. And again, I don't know if the move is bringing in a new head coach. But I do know that something has to change, or a couple things have to change. And everybody has to do a better job. The coaching has to be better. The decision-making in the front office with personnel has to be better. The players on the field have to be better, and they have to do their jobs better. It takes all of it. But more times than not, we do see one person sometimes falling on that sword. Whether it is going to be the head coach, or whether it's going to be maybe a few assistant coaches or coordinators. Whatever transpires from this thing, there's got to be some changes. Because you cannot run it back with everything the same as it was this year. Yes, injuries to a lot of key players affected this team. You can't deny it. Not using it as an excuse, because we're seeing teams like the 49ers still win with a lot of injuries. It's going to get tougher with them now with no George Kittle, but they still got to the postseason, perhaps the toughest division in all of football. So it's not a complete full-on excuse. You can't use that when you see other teams losing impact players and still having success. It's a failure on the shoulders of a lot of different people within this Packers organization. Coaches, front office, players themselves not doing their jobs. All right, I got to take one more quick break because we're going a little bit long in these segments, but that's okay. That's fine. Hey, keep your thoughts coming, all right? Hit me up. Hit me up, whether it's on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, quick call, quick text, YouTube video stream, whatever you want to do, all right? It's a Therapy Monday this morning. Don't forget to send me your best and worst from the weekend. It should be pretty easy. And your I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. Fill in the blanks. I'm not saying blank, but I'm just saying blank. All right? Take our last break for the first hour. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. If you're serious about great meat, you need to get to know Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire. From hand-cut steaks and fresh ground beef to flavorful brats, sausages, and premium pork, Mike's Star Market is known for quality that you can see and taste. Everything is prepared with care, using trusted sources and time-tested methods that keep customers coming on back. Whether you're firing up the grill, planning a family dinner, or stocking up for the weekend, Mike's Star Market has the cuts and flavors you are looking for. It's quality, it's tradition, it's local. Mike's Star Market, proudly serving the Chippewa Valley. We'll get back to some more of your thoughts, calls, texts, comments, all that good stuff. If you want to join in, again, that bullpen line, 715-830-1912, or the YouTube video stream. Those are the two ways to join in on the conversation here this morning. So send those on over. We'll throw a little Badgers chat in here to mix it up a little bit, too, with the Badgers. Got it. I mean, that's, again, my VFW Post 305 best and worst from the weekend. Badger basketball with that big-time win against number 2 Michigan on Saturday. Big win, huge win, impressive win. And I would say kind of a much-needed win for Wisconsin in terms of, like, maybe killing the narrative that, hey, they can beat the teams that they're supposed to, but going up against really good teams in that, they're falling a bit short. Well, at least for one game, they've diminished that. So Badgers are going to be back in action tomorrow night as they're going to be taking on the Gophers in Minnesota. So, but we'll hit this up a little bit more coming up a little bit later on. I believe we'll have J.C. Nisi, Justice Cleveland, Sports Director Extraordinaire, for WEAU 13 News, Sports Scene 13, coming on in the 9 o'clock hour. We'll do some local sports roundup. Brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center with him as well. I know over the weekend we had Blue Gold basketball going up against UW Stout. The women's team squeaking out a victory. UW Stout women's team squeaking out a victory over UW Eau Claire. Men's team getting back in the win column. Hard. Both games were really close down to the wire, but the Blue Gold men's team picking up a win to get back into that win column. So we've gotten a lot of last few days since we last chatted with Brandon on Friday. Lots to hit up on from this past weekend and looking ahead to the week for our local sports roundup. So we'll get to that with JC in the EC coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. But continue to send over, again, your thoughts on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line or on the YouTube stream, and we'll get to those coming up just past the top of the hour because I only got a minute left, and then the shot clock is going to cut me off. But we did do a post-Glass Amir 715 Speaks poll question on the Sports Talk Facebook page. Posted it up last night. So when I checked it earlier this morning, we asked for your prediction, not what you think is, or not what you want to happen, but what do you think is going to happen in terms of Matt LaFleur? Are you predicting that he's going to be let go? 70% of you predicted yes. I'd be curious if I switched it up now saying, what do you want? Does that number go higher? Does it stay the same? Does it go lower? That's why I wanted to change it up a little bit and just see like what our 715 fans were going to predict what would happen. Again, not necessarily what they want, but what they would predict would happen. So that's where it was earlier this morning when I checked the results for that. We got one more playoff game tonight, and that's the Steelers taking on the Texans, and then Wild Card Weekend will officially be in the books. But more football talk coming your way. One in. We got 3 more to go here. 3 more hours, 3 more quarters. Stick around. We'll be back after these news updates. Second hour, kick it off right now on this Monday morning. Maybe a little bit of a therapy Monday morning coming at you. Appreciate you tuning in wherever, however you are tuning in from. Let's catch up on a couple more texts here. Dave says, I've had my gripes with Matt LaFleur, but ultimately I do not think he is going to get fired, nor do I think he should get fired. A lot of other issues were going on with his team. Yes, he's the head coach, and yes, he should get the brunt of the blame, but ultimately I don't think he deserves to be fired. We've got Greg also chiming in saying, I do not think Matt LaFleur should be fired, but I do think there should be some changes, specifically with offensive coordinator and special teams and offensive line. Another text just coming in here this morning. Don't have a name, can't give you any credit, but they also say, I do not think Matt LaFleur should be fired. I'm indifferent on whether that is the right move or not. I would be curious to hear from Packers fans if they want to change, who they think would come in and be an instant upgrade, and no, it is not Harbaugh. Another message on YouTube, excuse me. Even if LaFleur has a high winning percentage, there is a higher percentage of losing these winnable games. I have never been more clear-minded after a Packers loss. Okay. Another message that just popped in here saying, no, Matt LaFleur shouldn't be hired, but if he is back next year, it will definitely be a hot seat. So at least it looks like a lot of you right now, at least, that are chiming in. At least a lot of you right now are saying that, no, he shouldn't be fired. I guess for those who think that he should, I'd go back to that one texter who said, who would you bring in? If you're going to go out there and say that he should be fired, he should be let go, then you obviously would. My argument would be, if you think somebody should be fired, if the head coach should be fired, then you should also have an input on who you think should come in. Who should be that guy? Who do you think will be an instant upgrade? If you got that, send it on over. I would agree with the one texter. I'm not on the Harbaugh bandwagon. I think that's, and that's not a knock on Harbaugh, but to me, it's where's the instant upgrade? What is it that makes you say, I want some of that? Like that would be like the main upgrade. And it's got to be realistic. Like Sean McVay ain't coming. Kyle Shanahan, Andy Reid, whatever coach that's potentially out there. So if I had to pick, and again, I'm indifferent on this whole thing. I can make the case for either or. I'm not going to be one that clamors for somebody to get fired. I that's not how I operate. I'm not going to get into that mindset or that culture. I just want what's best for my favorite team, for the Packers. That's where I'm at. And if that means the decision makers are going to make a move at head coach, then so be it. Whoever is that new head coach, going to support him. If it's going to be Matt LaFleur, they bring him back and run it back with Matt LaFleur, I'm still going to support the team. I'm not going to sit there and bang the table and get all upset for something I don't have an influence in. Yeah, I have a piece of paper that says I'm part owner like 500,000 other whatever the hell that number is. Don't have an influence in it. I'm not going to be up in arms about it. It all starts with the G. It's always been about go, Pack, go. That's all I care about. I want what's best for the team. I don't know what that is at this point. I'm not within the walls of 1265. Yeah, I watch everything else that everybody does too. I see a lot of the inefficiencies on that television too. I get it. There's more to it. I'm not in that position to make that call. Ed Policy, he's in that position. And whatever he decides, all right, let's go. GPG, go Pack, go. Whatever he decides, I'm on board with, because it's all about the team first. I'm not going to get upset either way. That's just not me. I'm not going to live my life that way. I'm not going to get upset. I'm not going to get annoyed. I'm not going to be down. I'm not going to be pissed. I'm not going to be happy, whatever. I just want what's best for the team. I will say the one thing, though, that I've noticed kind of get worse over the years and kind of get annoying over the years is just the absolute vitriol from a lot of the fan base, not just Green Bay, but a lot of the fan bases, is just the ever-consuming hate that comes when your team doesn't finish on top, and the instant fire, release. That's the go-to solution for a lot of people. I don't want to live my life that way. I don't want to be where I'm so upset and annoyed by decisions I don't have a say in or I don't have any influence in. I just want, again, what's best for my favorite team. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't be upset or mad when your team loses. I was Saturday night. I was down. I was upset. I was annoyed. I was pissed. But I'm begging you, don't let it just absolutely consume your life. I've been down that road before, and it's not a good one. It's not a good lifestyle. But whatever happens to coaching some players, whether they're gone, it's always about the Go Pack Go. It's always about GPG. That's what I want. I want what's best for the team. And whatever decisions are made, whatever decisions go through this offseason, all right, I'm going to roll with it. I'm not going to sit there and pout because I don't agree with it. I'm not going to sit there and be happy about it because, hey, that's what I was hoping happened. Let's go, and I want to win ball games. I do think you can't go status quo with this whole thing. I do think if there is one thing I would say, I don't think you can completely run it back with everything intact, with everything the exact same. Because, again, that would be that doesn't make sense to me. You fell short. You fell short from the ultimate goal, from the ultimate prize. And if you're going to run it back with everything the exact same, then I think you know what the result's going to be. You have to adapt. You have to figure out ways to be better, to get better. And right now, I'll be honest, I don't know what that is. And a lot of us don't know what that is. If we knew it, it wouldn't be this difficult. And if you think you know it 100%, then you know what? Go call Ed Policy. Go get a hold of him, write him a letter. Just go do it. If you think you are, then go apply for that job. Go apply for some input over there. I honestly, I can make the case either way. And I wouldn't be surprised if I wouldn't be surprised at either decision that comes down the wire. I wouldn't. It's my opinion. It's my opinion. And a lot of you are going to be different. And that's fine. That's the beauty about sports banter, sports talk. I just hope that, we all realize, hey, we are rooting for the same exact team and we all want the same results. We want the W. We want a trophy at the end. That's what it's all about. But I just feel like there's so many fans that are kind of turning into the whole, they'd rather be right. They'd rather be right in their smarts and their knowledge. They want to be proven right. And I really hope we're not going down that way. We can have disagreements. We can have, banters back and forth. But at the end of the day, we're all sharing a beer and we're all cheering for that same exact team. And I hope that's still the mindset that everybody has going through, time periods like this. We all want the same thing. What's best for Green Bay? What's best for the Packers? Not that you want to be proven right. Not that, well, I don't agree with that, so I'm going to double down and being. Hey, no. I hope we don't get further down that. But I feel like at times we are. All right, off that soapbox here for a little bit. So we got to take a quick break. But we'll be back with plenty more coming up after these quick words. Don't let pain slow you down. Aches and pains, don't let those slow you down. And if you are, whether maybe a high school athlete, weekend warrior, or just dealing with those aches and pains, make your appointment today with our good friends at Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Maybe get that appointment with our good friend Dr. Crow, who you hear every Friday morning for a little inside the training room. Just get started today by heading over to cvosm.com. That's cvosm.com. Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, helping athletes and weekend warriors and the rest of us getting back to being pain-free or getting back to on the field of play, too. So, all right, we got Mark chiming in saying something has to change with special teams. Everyone was talking about the missed kicks, but we again gave up 2 long punt returns, which had a major impact. It appeared the Bears ran the same punt return play each time, and we couldn't figure out how to defend it. We got another text here from Nick, says Harbaugh, Super Bowl winning coach. That's the only thing he's got over the Packers coach. Is that for a case for him, or just kind of say, I mean, I'm kind of confused because at the same time, should we bring back Mike McCarthy? I mean, he's got a Super Bowl too. So Nick says, I think Matt is a heck of a coach. I believe he'll get another year, but it'll be really hot seat. I think making it to the NFC Championship game will save it for another year. It's truly heartbreaking losing multiple games the same way. It's truly heartbreaking losing multiple games the same way the Packers have. I would like to have a season where injuries don't get in the Packers' way. Yeah, I if I had to make a wager, guess, I do think LaFleur's back next year. I feel like he is. I'll be really curious to see. If it's a 1 year. Now, go back to the summer when Ed Policy, took over, and he says he's not a believer in lame duck situations when it comes to the head coach and the general manager. So if we take that for what it's worth, that means if LaFleur is back, it wouldn't be to finish off the final year of his contract. If we take what Ed Policy said in the summer as truth. So if LaFleur is back, it would have to be on some sort of extension. And I think that's where it would get interesting. How long of an extension? That's going to tell us a lot of what Ed Policy, of what Brian Gutekunst, or how much influence Goody is going to have in the decision. That'll tell us a lot if we find out how long that extension is. Because let's say it's a 1 year extension. Then I could say, okay, yeah, he's pretty much on a 1 year prove it deal. If it's a multi-year extension, we're talking like a 4 year extension, then I don't know if the seat is going to be as hot as I think a lot of us would assume it would be. Now, that could easily change depending on how the season in 2026, 27 goes. But I think a lot is going to tell us what Ed Policy, I mean, this is the key figure in this whole thing, right? Is Ed Policy, the new president, the new guy making charge. We don't have a whole lot to go off, base off of what, if this was Mark Murphy, okay, we've got a big enough sample size. If this was Ted Thompson back in the day, we have a big enough sample size. But it's an unknown with Ed Policy. We don't know who this guy is. We don't know how he operates. And I think this fuels a lot of that speculation. This fuels a lot of that, questioning of what is going to happen. Because we don't know. We don't know a whole lot about this guy yet. We haven't seen a lot of decisions being made by him so far. Sure, yeah, we can look at his dad late in the 80s, but that doesn't mean it's going to be the same thing. It's just, yeah. I think a lot's going to, if we do find out the details of that extension, I think we're going to learn a lot, especially if it's like, okay, Goody and LaFleur get a year added to their current contracts. I think that says a lot about heading into 2026. Because I feel like that's going to be the quote-unquote prove-it deal. Let me ask you this, though, and we've kind of alluded to this, and I'm curious, put yourself in Ed Policy's shoes here for a second, and it's not going to be should you fire Matt LaFleur or not. Put yourself in Ed Policy's shoes. Would you keep the same structure that Mark Murphy put in place a few years ago when they made that change, when Ted Thompson stepped down and they hired Brian Gutekunst? And remember, they made the change of everybody reports to Mark Murphy. The head coach reports to Mark Murphy. Brian Gutekunst reports to Mark Murphy. Your Ed Policy, do you keep that same structure where the head coach reports to you and the general manager reports to you? Or do you go back to what it used to be? You give Goody the responsibility of all football decisions. He is the one, which in turn means Goody makes the call on the head coach. And I'm sure some people are going to probably spin that and say, well, okay, then Ed Policy doesn't want to, he doesn't want to, he's kind of pushing the decision off so he doesn't make it. I'm sure some people are going to spin it that way. But how would you, because I know a few years ago we had this discussion like, okay, what do you think of this move? Is this a smart move and all that? Because Ron Wolf, when he was hired, Bob Harlan gave him authority on all football decisions. It was Ron Wolf. And at that time, we didn't know Ron Wolf was going to be a Hall of Fame general manager. It's easy to look back on and say, well, hey, that worked. But would you if you're Ed Policy again, would you let Brian Gutekunst make that decision, or do you make that decision? And just a little bit of background, Ed Policy was on, let's call it a committee for a lack of a better word, was on that committee that brought in Matt LaFleur, was in on the interviews, was a part of that. So it's not like he's necessarily inheriting a guy that he didn't have a say in. He was a part of it. Do you want your general manager to be that guy that makes that decision, or should it be Ed Policy? How would you, maybe not be in Ed Policy shoes for this, but just maybe as a fan, how would you like to see this decision be made? Think about that for a little bit and let me know. Hit me up, all right? Let me know. Because I think that is another thing, that has been thrown out there as a possibility that Policy could do this, that he could go back to that structure. And, for some, that might be a hard decision for them to make because let's say what it is, really. You're kind of taking away some of your own power. You could change it, but ultimately you're kind of relieving yourself from some of that power where some may not want to do that. Let's face it. There's a lot of owners that they want all that. They want all that power. They want all that decision. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes we see those owners maybe become more of the fan, and it kind of pollutes their decision making. But in some ways, it does work too. Or maybe those owners, they get a little too faithful and maybe should have made a move and they don't. Yeah, it's a main wild card, I think, because we don't know a whole lot about Ed Policy at this point. Really quick before we take a quick break, Tim in the Cooley region says, I believe LaFleur will get a 2-year extension with the exception that he makes some changes with his staff, starting with Rich Bisaccia, and special teams. I don't believe Harbaugh is an upgrade. Goody probably gets 5 years, as I think he is doing a good job. Ed Policy wants to make his mark on this start, but not completely overhaul the team. All right, let's take a quick break. More of your thoughts coming up after these quick words. When it's time to update the floors in your home, skip the big box stores and go local. Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire has been helping families across the Chippewa Valley find the perfect flooring for decades. From soft, comfortable carpet to luxury vinyl planks, laminate, and tile, Carpet City Flooring Center has options for every room, every style, and every budget. And you won't be rushed or pushed into something that you do not need. Their experienced team takes time to listen, answer questions, and help you choose flooring that actually fits your lifestyle. Carpet City Flooring Center also offers professional installation from people who take pride in their work. That means your floors are done right the first time. No gimmicks, no pressure, just quality products, honest pricing, and friendly local service that you can trust. So whether you're updating one room or planning a full home remodel, start with the name Eau Claire has relied on for years. That's Carpet City Flooring Center, locally owned, locally trusted. Dave with a quick message here saying, I think they should keep the current structure with a caveat that they restructure the general manager position. I never understood why a general manager and a head coach needed to be structured based on hierarchy. They both have important roles that, in my opinion, are on the same level. If anything, let's restructure the general manager position and call it something else like talent manager, with Ed Policy overseeing the Packers organization that includes football operations, business operations, and community outreach operations. With this structure, you have two people basically running football operations, the talent manager, who would be responsible for bringing players into an organization and making trades, and the coach using the talent tools on the field as well as control over the coaching staff. Taylor on YouTube says, I think you make the decision on GM and coach, and then with new leadership in place, go back to the way it was. To that question earlier, what do you want to have? I'm assuming, what do I want with that structure? Is that what you're asking, Taylor? I think for me, the unique thing is that with Ed Policy, he has got such a vast experience in football. It's not like, okay, you got a new owner, a business guy who's got a boatload of cash in hand coming over, doesn't have any experience with football, is just a fan, and he's involved in decision. You look at Ed Policy, take away you can't really take away, but obviously with his dad in the 49ers. But just from Ed Policy's personal experience, deputy commissioner and president of the Arena League, executive consultant within the National Football League for a couple of years, with Green Bay since 2012 in various roles. So there is a football background with him, which I think is unique. I think I've always been on, let the general manager, vice president of football operations, whatever the heck title, let's call it the Ron Wolf way, where Bob Harlan was the guy. Ron Wolf then made all the decisions and such when it came to football operations and such. And, head coach reported to the general manager, et cetera, et cetera. I've always kind of been that way. But I also feel like if it's not like Ed Policy doesn't have any football experience, doesn't have any NFL backgrounds. And I think you have got to utilize, if you've got talented people, you've got experienced people within your organization, I don't care at what level they are, if you could get some input from them, get some input from them. And utilize all the talents and the experience that you have. It's kind of like that. It's my belief in a normal business world and such. If you've got people within your building that can give you different perspectives, unique perspectives, input, why not use that? Why not value that? If that kind of makes sense. So I think there's positives and negatives to each. I guess I wouldn't mind if it kind of went back to, okay, here's the thing. Ed Policy is this guy. GM's going to have full control. GM's going to have say, but there's got to be a little, I think if you're the general manager, utilize, hey, Ed, what do you think about this? Want your input, want your insight. I think it is unique, and at least for me as a Packers fan, I'm going to say this. As a Packers fan, it's comforting for me to know that, okay, the main guy in charge of everything, Ed Policy, that's a football guy. That's a football guy that's got a ton of business experience too. That to me is comforting. And the fact that I feel like that guy knows what he's doing. Obviously he is to be in that position. But you look at the resume and it's like, okay, this isn't just, I know he's not an owner, but he's kind of the de facto owner in all this. He's not a guy that just had a few $1 billion lying around and he's coming in to buy a franchise and like, okay, this is how I'm going to run it. This is what I'm going to do. How many times have we seen owners come in and do that and it's hurt the franchise? This is a guy that's got a ton of football experience. And I think on one hand that does comfort me a lot as a Packers fan. It's like, okay, I'm going to trust this guy. And that kind of goes back to the whole coaching and thing. Whatever Ed Policy decides, I'm going to be okay with. I'm on board for whatever he decides. It's all about the team. Same for me as a team. But again, I think this is why this offseason is so unique. It's so interesting because it's new at the top. It's new right there. It's an unknown charted territory. It's very similar. I shouldn't say very similar. It's kind of similar to when. What year would it have been? It would have been 04, 05. This isn't the greatest example, but it's like Ted Thompson's first year as general manager. He comes in and, Bob Harlan was still the president at that time. Packers stunk that year. They were 4-12. But what happened at the beginning of the year? Javon Walker goes out with a season-ending injury. You had injuries. You had bad play all around. 4-12. Mike Sherman's final year, he gets let go by a new general manager. Brings in Mike McCarthy. But it was kind of like, okay, kind of an unknown, weird. What's going to happen here? Is Mike Sherman going to be fired? He had a great regular season record, right? I mean, you can kind of direct some parallels here. Had a really good regular season record. There was a lot of times, though, before that 4-12 season, they had to go on these insane winning streaks at the end of the regular season just to get to the postseason. Ted Thompson's like, no, I'm going to bring in my own guy. And he hires a Mike McCarthy. It's like, who? What? I mean, worst offense with the 49ers. What are we doing? Hey, did a pretty good job. But it was kind of an unknown. All right, we got to take another quick break here as we start to wrap up the second hour and approach halftime. But just kind of informal poll. I'm actually kind of surprised. It's about, if I had to wager a guess, 65% of the people chiming in on the texting line saying, don't fire Matt LaFleur. So, all right, let's take a quick break. I'll get to a couple more texts. Dave, Rick, I'll get to you here coming up in just a little bit. But got to pay the bills, right? We'll be back here in just a few minutes. All right, coming back with some sort of breaking news. Adam Schefter, just literally a couple minutes ago, right when we went into break, saying that the Packers are now expected to try to work out a deal in the coming days to keep head coach Matt LaFleur in Green Bay, per sources. So, again, it's nothing official, but Schefter, literally just a few minutes ago, I think he must have just posted this right when we went into the break, but essentially saying that the Packers are going to work on a contract extension for Matt LaFleur. Schefter also followed it up saying LaFleur currently has 1 year remaining on his contract. Both sides want clarity moving forward. So that's the direction it seems like it's going in. It fits what Ian Rappaport said or reported on Saturday before the playoff game. Again, if you missed that report from Ian, he had said regardless of what the result was going to be that night for that game, the Packers, Matt LaFleur, Ed Policy, they were going to get together and work out a contract extension. I think the way that game transpired, how it finished, how it went, for a lot of us, including myself, kind of was like, okay, does that change it a little bit? Does that pump the brakes a little bit? It's like, I don't know now. But I'm curious now to kind of follow along to see if there's any other NFL insiders kind of saying the same thing. If it does pop up. Okay, so here we go. Tom Pelissero, seconds ago. As Ian Rappaport reported 2 days ago, the Packers are expected to try to work out a deal to keep Matt LaFleur in Green Bay. Other teams with vacancies are watching closely. LaFleur would immediately be a top candidate if he becomes available. Okay. So now that's two prolific NFL insiders saying Packers and LaFleur, they're going to try to work out a deal to keep him there. I think, again, for me, there's going to be a couple things that I'm going to be curious about. How long is that extension? And this is the part I don't know if we'll actually know the truth. Does it come with some caveats? Like, you got to make some changes on your coaching staff. You got to do this. You got to do that. That's the part I don't know if we'll know the full, truthful answer on. Because that, for me, I think there has to be changes. I think you look at Rich Bisaccia may be well respected amongst players, and players may love him. But there's this continuous special teams thing. I mean, it is just a foregone conclusion that Green Bay is going to be towards the bottom. He's done a great job with, we got to give credit to where credit's due. Daniel Whelan has been awesome. So if we're going to point the blame at Rich Bisaccia for a lot of stuff on special teams and coverages and penalties, again, this has been one of my bugaboos all season long. I'd have to look at how many times, but it seems like a lot. How do we have an instant special teams penalty on, like, the first kick? Like the Packers' first kick return? Or the first punt return? Like right at the beginning of the game. How? It feels like it's like, hey, just that's a prop bet. So if we're going to fault Rich Bisaccia for a lot of the inefficiencies or deficiencies, whatever, of the special teams unit, okay, we got to give him a little bit of credit for Daniel Whelan. But, I mean, the kicking situation, the coverages, the penalties, the rankings, that to me has to be a change. I would not be opposed if somebody else comes in, an experienced play caller, that comes in and maybe calls the plays. Defensive coordinator is going to be interesting if Jeff Hafley does get a job elsewhere. Yep, they got a couple guys on staff that have some experience. Derek Ansley Jr. But do they bring in a Raheem Morris? Do they bring somebody else in that's realistically available? It's not going to be Robert Saleh. If he doesn't have a head coaching job, he's probably going to stay in San Francisco. But that to me is going to be the interesting part. And going back to the conversation that was out there last week, it kind of sparked up a little bit this weekend too, was the value of that contract. Like, how much is Green Bay willing to pay Matt LaFleur? Like, what's that value going to be? Is he going to be a top 5 head coach? Is he going to be top 10? You know, you got first-year head coaches this year that are making over double than what Matt LaFleur was making. What's that number going to be? And how much are they going to allow him then? If they're going to say, I'm throwing out some, I'm not saying this is what's going to happen or what, but say they come to Matt, say, okay, here's your number, this is what we're going to do for you, but you also have to do this. You have to do this you got to bring in different coaches, you got to bring in different position coaches. Then are they going to allow Matt LaFleur to go out there and get the best coaches possible, or are they going to give him a strict budget? Because in my opinion, if you come in with the caveat, hey, we're going to give you $15 million per year, just throwing a number out there, but you got to do this. You got to bring in these type of coaches or make changes with coaches. If I'm Matt LaFleur, then I'd say, okay, I'm for that. But you got to give me a better budget, or you got to give me a big budget, or there doesn't have to be a budget, and I'm just bringing in the best that I could possibly can, and it might cost a few $1 million more. I think if you're going to come in with that caveat that he's got to bring in different coordinators, different coaches, then the Packers have to be okay with opening up the checkbook a little bit by bringing in some good position coaches. That is with that, and again, maybe that'll be the case. I'm just kind of going with the narrative that was out there last week that maybe Green Bay's a little cheap when it comes to assistant coaches. I don't know if that's fully true. Some people believe it is. But, all right, a couple texts I said I was going to get to here before the top of the hour. Dave says, Dan, you're correct. Ed Policy has the football knowledge. This structure would work for him, but maybe not someone else as president of the Packers. Rick says, 100% right. Got to have a GM do the football stuff, the team president do the business stuff, and that's what makes things successful. When you have people doing things that they're not specialized, then you have disaster. LaFleur situation, he's 3-7 in the playoffs, multiple years of sneaking in as a 7th seed with a team that has championship aspirations. I believe you have to make a change to get them over the top. They were all in Micah, so that shows the feeling of the front office and the higher-ups above the coaching staff. If that's true from ESPN, then Green Bay needs to do some serious coaching changes on his staff, because what he's got here is not championship level. Trying to see if there's any more. Okay, so Rob, our friend Rob, just a few minutes ago, nothing solidified yet. Rob Demoski from ESPN. Nothing solidified yet, but things leaning towards LaFleur's return. Okay. We'll keep you posted if anything does happen in the next couple of hours, if anything is different. I will just say this again to Packers. Even if you wanted Matt LaFleur fired, you want him gone, you want him out of town, if this is true and he is back, okay, you may be a little disappointed, but don't let it change your mindset, your fanism towards your team. Get behind the guy, all right? Be like, all right, wasn't in favor of this. I don't agree with it as a fan, but it's still go Pack go. That's what I hope now from if this does come to fruition. That's what I hope. If it is Matt LaFleur and you're not happy about it, okay, great. You can't do anything about it, but still be about go Pack go. All right. Rick, Denver Post said Darko's candidate for head coaching Canada job. I'm really quick here because shot clock here. Jim Leonard, Sean Payton has glowing remarks on Leonard. Could be Tomlin, Harbaugh when they first got jobs in early 30s. I know Leonard was interviewing for the Cowboys job. I think the big thing too is if Vance Joseph gets a head coaching job, Leonard probably be in Denver as defensive coordinator. But again, who knows? I haven't seen his name being floated as head coaching. I've only seen it Cowboys for defensive coordinator interview. All right, halftime. We'll be back. All right, halftime's over with. Third hour kicking off right now. Coming up in an hour, we'll get to our guest, Justice Cleveland, sports director extraordinaire, WEAU 13 News. We'll do some local sports roundup with him and also get his thoughts on the current structure, status, however we want to phrase it, when it comes to the Packers. If you're just joining us, Adam Schefter just a little bit ago reporting that the Packers and Matt LaFleur. Looks like they're expected to work on a deal that will keep Matt LaFleur as head coach in Green Bay. So that's where it's kind of trending. It looks like Tom Pelissero, also from the NFL Network, kind of saying the same thing, which is on the heels of Ian Rappaport's report on Saturday saying regardless of that outcome, this was before the game, though, regardless of the outcome, Packers and Matt LaFleur were expected to work on a contract extension. I kind of wondered if it was going to be different, considering how the game went. But I'm not surprised. And again, I said earlier I can make the case for and I can make the case against. I'm not surprised, and I'm not going to be upset one way or the other at this thing. So we'll see how it all plays out. But your thoughts, if you want to chime in, you can send it on over. Hit me up, 715-830-1912. 715-830-1912. I do agree, though, that if it is Matt LaFleur, if he is coming back, there has to be changes on the coaching staff. There's got to be changes across the board. You can't run it back fully status quo. So if the head coach is coming back, there's got to be changes elsewhere. I think, was it Rick that sent that on over? And I would agree with Rick that you have to make some other changes. Whether it's, special teams coordinator. I would not mind a change at offensive coordinator and maybe give that person play calling responsibilities. Position coaches. That sort of thing. Maybe it's offensive line. Maybe it's secondary. I think you have to make changes in that department as well. Take a quick phone call this morning. Good morning. Who are we chatting with?
Hey, this is Dan. How are you this morning, Dan?
I am doing well, Dan. How are you doing, sir?
Oh, well, considering the circumstances, we plod on. But what I wanted to mention or ask you is, we're laying a lot of heat on Matt LaFleur, rightly so, special teams, rightly so. But my question is Jeff Hafley in that second half. I mean, we know coaching is a chess game. The Bears made some adjustments at halftime. It's Jeff's responsibility to respond to those. And it didn't take very long to see that, hey, the Bears obviously think they can go to the tight end. So we need to move our chess pieces around and respond to that. Either he did nothing or I'm not aware of what he did. What are your thoughts?
No, hey, I agree with you because, 25 points allowed in the fourth quarter, that's pretty ridiculous, isn't it? To allow 25 points in the fourth quarter for what Green Bay's defense did, I agree with you. And I know a couple of people mentioned earlier on, too, and it feels like, I don't know about you, Dan, but does it feel like Hafley sometimes does get a pass on some of this stuff?
I think absolutely. We seem to want to anoint him as the next coming consistently, but the evidence so often has shown otherwise this season.
I agree. Hey, appreciate the phone call, Dan. I think you bring up a really great point.
Yep. Have a good one.
You too. Yeah, and I think C-Bomb mentioned it a little bit earlier in the first hour as well, talking about the defense and talking about Jeff Hafley. And I would agree with you guys, 25 points in the fourth quarter is unacceptable. It's unacceptable. And I feel like at times, and I think Hafley's a good coach. I do think he's a good coach, but he is not somebody that just gets absolved from all this because he's a hot commodity. He's getting a ton of interviews for a head coaching job. And I get it. There was injuries. And there was, you didn't have Micah Parsons. Rashawn Gary is just, I don't know what type of player he is anymore. And I don't think they had the greatest secondary with Keyshawn, Carrington, Valentine out there. So you can argue, well, look what he has to work with. But at the same time, I mean, defense was performing pretty darn well in that first half, doing a really good job. And like our caller Dan mentioned, all right, Bears did a really good job at adjusting in the second half. Ben Johnson, the offense, going and targeting Loveland, the tight end, the rookie tight end, making plays. And I think Seabaum earlier was talking about, how they were finding the middle of the field or finding those areas in the zone. It's almost kind of like the backup quarterback in the essence, where the backup quarterback sometimes is the most popular player on the team because there's issues with maybe the starting quarterback. But I would agree that I don't think Halfley should get absolved or just kind of get a bypass. 25 points in the fourth quarter is pretty ridiculous. Now, did the offense do anything in the second half to provide any complimentary football? Did it, picking up some first downs instead of going some quick 3-and-outs? No, the offense really struggled at that too. There wasn't that complimentary football in the second half. But at the same time, it's 25 points in the fourth quarter. Whew. That's rough. Don't know how many games you're going to win by allowing 25 points in the fourth quarter. And there was another play. Was it the go-ahead touchdown? I think it was the go-ahead touchdown. It looked like the easy touch. And then you look at, like, Quay Walker. He just kind of, like, turns around with his arms up. Like, there was miscommunication again in the back end. And I don't know how many times this year it just felt like there was some miscommunication in this zone defense. Who's taking the receiver when they get to that zone? Two guys going with one guy, leaving one dude wide open. Does that fall on the players? Does that fall on the coaching? Is it a little bit of both? Probably. But there just seemed to be too many times. So many communication mistakes on that back end. There was one, nobody has brought this out, but I was wondering about it. I was thinking about it shortly after the game, too, staying on the defensive side, not to completely pile on this thing, but Trayvon Diggs. He played one snap. Do you remember what snap that was? It was third down. It was Chicago had stacked receivers, 3 receivers lined up on the left side. At the bottom of the screen if you're watching TV. Trayvon Diggs kind of backpedaled. Gives him some cushion, give him some room. I believe it was Keyshawn Nixon was the other corner on that side. Keyshawn Nixon looked like he knew what was coming. It was the quick pass. It was a third down. I think it was like 3rd and 9, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 7. It was a quick pass, 2 lead blockers in front. First down. That was the only play Trayvon Diggs played. I'll double check the snap counts, but I believe that's what. I have it up here in just a yeah. So yeah, Trayvon Diggs played one snap. It was that snap. Now I don't know if that was he was pulled and not thrown out there again because of that, but it was. How many of when I saw him kind of backpedaling, and you have stacked receivers at the bottom of the screen, 3 receivers. It kind of felt like, all right, is this going to be a wide receiver screen? And you got one of your corners backpedaling before the snap. That's just, I think if any quarterback saw that, and you're like, okay, I got stacked here, and maybe that was the original play call, and if that was, Caleb Williams was probably licking his chops in those 3 receivers. But then if you see that corner kind of backpedaling, you kind of maybe check into that play. That's going to be an easy pickup. But it's like, was that a communication thing? Was that... And like what I think it was Seabaum in the first hour talked about too, you look at that Ravens game to allow 300 yards rushing. Granted, yes, we know the interior offensive line. You don't have Parsons, you don't have Devontae Wyatt, they're banged up. But 300 yards rushing. And you knew what was coming. Can we do something different? I think Hafley's a good coach, and I still want him back. I want him as a defense coordinator, but I don't think that he should be absolved from some of the issues, like what Dan just chimed in with. Keep your thoughts coming. All right, 715-830-1912. We'll take a quick break. Got a couple more texts to get to and such, so we'll be right back after these few words. Looking for quality used auto parts? Well, look no further. ASAP Used Auto Parts and Conrad's Salvage have you covered. From engines and transmissions to tires, batteries, and more, they've got the parts that you need. So whether maybe your hobby is remodeling a vehicle, maybe you do some repairs yourself, but you want to save a little extra coin in your pocket, look no further than ASAP Used Auto Parts and Conrad's Salvage. Friendly, knowledgeable staff. They make it simple so you can get back on the road safely. From salvage to service, one name you can trust. ASAP Used Auto Parts and Conrad's Salvage. Skip, I'm not sure where you're getting your numbers. Jordan Love didn't throw any interceptions in the second half. In fact, he didn't throw any interceptions in that game. So I'm not sure where you're getting the 2 interceptions from that game. But, I mean, Love was 323 yards, 4 touchdowns, sacked 1 time for 1 yard loss, rating of a 103.8. So I saw this from Ed Warder, too. Jordan Love is the 3rd player in NFL history to throw 4 touchdown passes and 0 interceptions in a playoff loss, joining Josh Allen and Alex Smith. So I'm not sure where you're getting those numbers from, Skip. Rick says the 3rd and 3 in the second half, and LaFleur calls timeout. Then coming out of the timeout, the offense gets a delay of the game. LaFleur does not handle pressure well, and sitting on a bench going through the iPad is crazy for a head coach. How do you come out of a timeout and then have a delay of game? That is mind-boggling, and that is unacceptable. I would agree with you. That should not happen whatsoever. That thing cannot happen. That was infuriating, right? Infuriating. And there was too many times, and this is one thing too, like, and I know a lot of people have touched on it and such, but how many times does it feel like we get in, when Green Bay's got the ball on offense, and it feels like they're finally breaking the huddle when there's 10 seconds left on the play clock? Like what are we doing? Can we kind of hurry up a little bit? How many? I did it a few times, but how many of you are kind of yelling at your TV screen or saying, "All right, let's go. Come on, get going. Let's do it." I know I was doing it a few times, not just in that game, but throughout the course of the season. So I'm not sure if it's just because it's coming in late. Is it one of those where it's like it's a long play call and you got your checks and you got your, you're calling in 2 plays. I know a lot of them times they do that. They're calling in 2 plays and that. But man, it's like, can we get up quicker? So, but yeah, you're right. That to come out of a timeout and then get a delay of the game, that's inexcusable. Inexcusable. I would agree. Keep your thoughts coming in if you're just joining us. Adam Schefter, a little bit before the top of the hour, saying reporting that the Packers and Matt LaFleur, they're going to be trying to work on a contract extension to kind of reset it. I think for me, the biggest thing is going to be how long is that extension? That's one thing we'll know. How long is that extension? If it's like a 1-year extension, that means you got a 1-year deal. It'll be 2 years on his deal, but let's not kid ourselves. We're not idiots, right? It's going to be a prove-it year. If it's a multi-year deal, all right, then they have a lot of confidence in him, a lot of faith in him. The one thing we won't know with that contract extension, maybe we'll find out, but I don't know if it'll be publicly thrown out there, is are there going to be changes to that coaching staff? Because a lot of you chiming in that you want to see updates, changes, I'd agree with you. Because it cannot be status quo. It cannot be complete status quo. You cannot run it back. If you are bringing back the head coach, then you got to find different changes elsewhere. I agree with the YouTube person on here. Is it N Sensation 84? It's like they don't know how to run zone defense. I'd agree. I agree. I just, too many times it felt like when we're watching replays, especially like on touchdowns and that, it's like, why is there so many communication issues? Is it communication issues? Is it players not doing their job properly? And why is it they're not doing their job properly? Is it because they're being coached wrong? Is it because the player is just, it's completely the player's fault? They're being told what to do, but they're just not doing it. But I think all across, it is going to be a very interesting offseason. It is going to be from assistant coaches, position coaches, potential coordinator changes to, all right, you don't have a first-round pick in a draft. What are you going to do in the offseason? Cap might be a little bit tight, but I don't think there's any question that, okay, and we're going to have plenty of time to, and I plan on doing like an offseason outlook and breakdown to position groups and that. But, I mean, I don't think there's any question. You need upgrades at corner. You need upgrades on the offensive line. I think a big question is Quay Walker. What do you do with Quay Walker? Do you try to bring him back? It's going to cost you a little bit. Or do you say, hey, we got to make the tough decision. We like Edrin Cooper. So, we're going to have to make that tough decision to move on from Quay Walker. I thought it was a really interesting quote from Quay Walker after the game, and probably a lot of Packers fans be like, dude hit it on the head. He said after the game, as bad as I want to stand right here and say we should have won that game, we didn't execute. That's been a problem for us, honestly, just finishing games. Even before I got here, I feel like that's always been a part of this organization. When it comes down to big games, finishing games, whether you start strong in the first half, it comes down to, can you finish? Nobody cares what you did in the first half. It comes down to when the fourth quarter hits double zeros. Whatever the case may be, do we have more points than them? That hasn't been the case at all. Ding, ding. Quay Walker said the part that every Packers fan has been constantly saying. He said it out loud. Ding, ding, ding. Tell him the prize that he has won, Johnny. He is 100% correct. So how do you fix that? How? It seems like it should be an easy answer, but for whatever reason, they can't. David Bakhtiari. So I don't know how many of you, I'll be honest, I don't go on Twitter much anymore. I'm trying to, and I don't really tweet that much anymore either. But David Bakhtiari did post a couple things after the Packers game. And I want to see if I can bring it up here. But essentially, singing the praises of Jordan Love. That Packers, they're in good hands with Jordan Love. Here's what he had to say. Packers are in good hands with Jordan Love. Going to keep them competitive for a long time. Next year's biggest opponent, though, injuries. Need the sports science department to get it right. Enough is enough. And I think I'm going to try to bring that up again with Dr. Crow for our next Inside the Training Room segment. But obviously, David Bakhtiari, a little familiar with some injuries and affecting the course of a season and such. But again, I think he is saying that part out loud that a lot of fans have been saying over the years. Injuries, sports science. athletic training, doctors, what the heck? But then you look at the 49ers, who are in the divisional championship. They lost Fred Warner. They lost Bosa. They lost Brock Purdy for a long time. And they were in arguably the toughest division, top 3, hands down across the league. And if they can win this weekend without George Kittle, granted, yeah, they still got Christian McCaffrey and they still got, some players. But, man, that's a pretty darn impressive job that the 49ers are doing. All right, we got to take another quick break here. Plenty more to get to, though, coming up after these few words. Coming up just past the top of the hour again, we'll catch up with Justice Cleveland, sports director extraordinaire. We'll get his thoughts on the Green Bay situation and such. But also, we'll do some local sports roundup with him. Brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. Had Blue Gold basketball taking on Stout basketball over the weekend. Both two very tightly contested games. UW Stout women's team getting the victory over UW Eau Claire. The men's team bouncing back for UW Eau Claire, picking up a win against UW Stout. We'll hit that up, plus a lot of other stuff going on in our local sports area. Just to switch up gears here just for a scotch, because part of our best and worst from the weekend, our VFW Post 305 best and worst from the weekend. I think a lot of us would say the worst is the playoff game from Green Bay. But the best, it's pretty simple for me. It's Wisconsin versus Michigan. Wisconsin picking up the win, 91-88. 91-88. We had talked about with this Badger basketball team. Are they looking like a team that is beating up on the opponents that they're supposed to beat and maybe kind of falling short against some really good teams, some high-quality teams? Because you looked at it, they lost to BYU, they lost to Nebraska. They were losing to ranked teams. Purdue. And it kind of looked like you're going into Michigan, the second-ranked team in the country, undefeated at that point. Might be a tough matchup for Wisconsin. They go in there and they pick up the W. You had John Blackwell maybe finally getting a little bit of confidence back. In the previous game against UCLA, we're down that stretch at the end of the game against UCLA. He was like kind of getting into a rhythm, and he was going through a rough stretch. What does he do? He gets 26 points in this game against Michigan to lead the Badgers in scoring. Nick Boyd doing his thing, contributing over 20 points, 22 points. Alexis getting 17 points to help out the cause for the Badgers. But when you look at this game too here for Wisconsin, just in case you didn't have a chance to watch it on Saturday before all the playoff football, which, you missed out on I'll just say it, you missed out on a heck of a game, a heck of a battle with it too. But, Wisconsin shooting 45% from three. It's something we talked about last week, something we talked about with RJ Cardinal. This is a team that lives and dies by the three. And in Purdue, they stunk from the three-point line. They come back. Blackwell's 50% from three, 4 of 8. As a team, 45%. Wisconsin overall shot 50% from the field. They held Michigan to just 32% from beyond the arc. Michigan did shoot 47% overall from the field, but that was big to hold them to just 8 out of 25 from three. And even getting some production off the bench with Carrington playing 27 minutes for the Badgers and giving them 12 points, 9 of them coming from the charity stripe. Dude was 9 of 12 from the free throw line. And getting some boards, 9 total rebounds, nearly a double-double for Carrington, the senior from Brooklyn Park. A guard, too. Maybe some extended minutes for him coming off the bench. Fantastic win. Fantastic win for Wisconsin. And hopefully this is something, it's like, okay. And I don't know if it was creeping through their minds or anything like that, but it's like, okay, hey, we're losing games against some really good opponents. We're losing games against ranked opponents. And, it's like, hey, now, what do we got to do to get some of these marquee wins, like a quad one win and all that? Hopefully this is kind of a springboard to all that, because we know they're going to have a lot more tougher matchups in this Big Ten conference. You got Minnesota, a pesky Gophers team coming up tomorrow night too. And we'll preview that a little bit more in depth with RJ tomorrow. But a pesky Gophers team. They're 10-6 on the season. But they just got a win against Iowa, 70-67. They're coming off of a loss against USC. They beat Indiana earlier in the season, too. So, I mean, they've got a couple of marquee victories. That's why I say they're a pesky Gophers team. And you hope that there's not a little bit of a letdown after that big win against Michigan. But then a little bit of an eye towards the upcoming schedule. I mean, you got Indiana to open up the February. This is going to be kind of an interesting stretch of games here. Looking ahead to February, Indiana, at 16 Illinois, home against 12th Michigan State, at Ohio State, home against 19th ranked Iowa. Right now, kind of focus on the future. You got Minnesota, Rutgers, Penn State, USC, Minnesota, Ohio State. It's a chance for Wisconsin to add some wins, climb up a little bit in the Big Ten Conference standings. Right now, Nebraska and Purdue are your leaders at 5-0. Michigan, Michigan State, Illinois 4-1. Wisconsin's tied with Indiana, UCLA, Minnesota 3-2. Just 2 games back from first place in the Big Ten standings. I think this is a chance for Wisconsin to add a few more Big Ten Conference wins and move up potentially in those standings. They should beat Minnesota. They should beat Rutgers. They should beat Penn State, who is winless right now in conference. USC's 2-3. Wisconsin should be favored for all these games. Ohio State, they're at 500. Stack these wins now. Coming off of a game like that against Michigan, stack these wins. Put yourself in a position when you get to February, and when you get to February, that February 7th game, they just got a month left of the regular season. It's not that far off. Okay, not that far off at all. You go on this stretch and you add those wins, huge boost, big time boost. And then you're in a really good spot to, all right, now you start to talk about seedings, bracketology, 4 seed, 3 seed, 5 seed, 2 seed, whatever the case may be. All right, we got to take another quick break here. We'll get back to some more of your comments, more of your thoughts about the future of the Packers. It sounds like Matt LaFleur, according to reports right now, will be back for the green and gold next year. He will be back next year, according to some of these reports and such. So I know there's quite a few of you who are probably upset about it and such, but if you got anything else to add to it, let me know. All right, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with more to wrap up the third hour after these few words. All right, about 10 minutes left to the top of the hour. Again, we've got Justice Cleveland coming up here just past the top of the hour here. I know we got plenty of reaction and thoughts surrounding Green Bay and the Packers and such, but we've got Dan a little bit ago, I missed this, said, forgot to mention this in summary, Matt and his staff were totally outcoached again. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. I mean, I don't think that's a far-fetched statement by any means. Proof's in the pudding. It's in the pudding right now. So we'll see if this continues. We'll see if, again, I would expect we're probably going to get an announcement either later today or tomorrow surrounding Matt LaFleur, and something's probably going to become official that they're going to announce he's the head coach, or he's not the head coach, that he's going to remain as a head coach and an extension and such. To kind of sum it up again, I think the two key things: one, we'll know; one, we're not going to know. One, how long is that extension? How long is that extension for? If it's for 1 year, it's essentially a 1 year prove it deal, even though he'll technically have 2 years left. But it's a 1 year. We don't have a full boatload of confidence in you, but we're willing to give you, heading into next year to see what it's like. If it's a multi-year deal, then it obviously shows that they've got a lot of confidence in him. The other part that we're not going to know, at least I don't think they're going to publicly acknowledge it. We may have insiders that report it. Is it going to come with the caveat that there's got to be changes within the coaching staff? There's got to be changes within the coordinators. There's got to be changes with the position coaches. I think the other part in this too, okay, Matt LaFleur is the big one. That's the face, right? That's where everybody's looking. But with a Matt LaFleur extension, is there going to be a Brian Gutekunst extension with that? Are they going to be attached at the hip? I'm just going to throw out a year. Let's say LaFleur gets a 4-year extension. I'm not saying that's what it's going to be. Let's say he gets a 4-year extension. Does Goody get the same amount that they're going to be attached at the hip? And if it doesn't go well, then both of them are on the outs. How far behind, if LaFleur is the first domino to fall with an extension, how far behind is a Goody extension? But assuming the Schefters, the Ian Rappaports, the Tom Peloseros are correct in their reporting, it sure seems like LaFleur will be back next year and for the foreseeable future as the head coach for the Packers. And I know there's going to be fans that are pissed off about it. They're going to be upset about it. They're going to be annoyed about it. And that's your right. That's your opinion. You can have that. It's a decision I can't control. It's a decision that I don't have any influence in. So, all right. Let's just make this thing official. Let's move on and let's GPG. Let's go Pack go. So, but yeah. Couple more messages here saying we've got Dave saying, not surprised Matt LaFleur is back, and honestly, I'm glad that he is back. I don't think he was the main problem at all with this team. Yes, he has his shortcomings and he has his issues and such, but I do not believe they were a fireable offense. I think a lot of people still clamoring and hoping for his firing are, again, those entitled fans. Another texter saying, we've got Nick coming in here saying, don't have a problem with LaFleur coming back. I just hope that there are changes within the coaching staff, specifically special teams, offensive line, and defensive backs. Another texter saying they agree that LaFleur should be back this year. or excuse, I think that's supposed to be next year. They agree that LaFleur should be back for next year, but they hope that there's changes across the board. Nervous about what decision they make at defensive coordinator if Jeff Hafley is indeed gone. So Mark says, I don't think LaFleur is a good coach. Early on, success was due to Rodgers, which boosted his win record, predictable play calling, poor time management, and 7th seed in the past 3 years, which in the old playoff format, they would not make playoffs. That I know that one's gotten overblown, but now the epic second half choke to your rival in the playoffs, 28-3 blown lead with the Falcons, and now 21-3 blown lead. I've seen that one too. To be fair, LaFleur, he was not offensive coordinator. He was quarterback's coach on that staff. Kyle Shanahan was offensive coordinator with the Falcons, but I've seen that meme get overblown on social media too. I'll say this with the whole Rodgers thing. LaFleur gets some credit for resurrecting Aaron Rodgers' career. Aaron Rodgers was on the down. This is a Mike McCarthy debate again. But Aaron Rodgers was not playing good football. Matt LaFleur comes in, and then there's a talk, Aaron Rodgers isn't going to respect Matt LaFleur. The whole changing the plays and changing the offense, changing the system sort of thing. Matt LaFleur helps Aaron Rodgers to 2 MVP seasons, 2 NFC championship games. It's not like Matt LaFleur took over a team that was coming off of a great season, a playoff season. It was a team that was on a downward spiral, especially from the offensive side of things, too. It's not like he inherited a great situation. So we can say Matt LaFleur is not a great coach in your opinion, but I don't think it's fair to diminish some of the good things that he has done as head coach. I know that's hard for some people, but let's give him some credit. He has done some good things. And if you don't want to acknowledge that, you don't believe that, I guess it is what it is. But to say that Aaron Rodgers carried him, it was LaFleur deserves some credit for taking over a team that was spiraling downward, that fired their head coach midway through the season because of a disastrous loss to the Cardinals at home, and taking over an egocentric quarterback that was already kind of throwing stuff out there about, well, the whole audibles, changing plays. Yeah, I want to do this. I want to do that, blah, blah, blah. LaFleur did a good job. It's okay to admit that, even if you don't like him as a head coach. It's okay. It's the Mike McCarthy thing again. It's like Mike McCarthy, people don't give him credit because he had Aaron Rodgers. Mike McCarthy was instrumental in developing Aaron Rodgers. Mike McCarthy coming to a team where Brett Favre was on the downward end of his career too, resurrecting that too. It's fine. It's okay to admit that once in a while, for crying out loud. Anyways, we got less than a minute to the top of the hour here, so we'll talk with Justice, get his thoughts on the current situation. Plus, I want to hit up some local sports roundup with him too. So we'll get to that. Also, don't forget, send me your best and worst from the weekend. Our VFW Post 305 best and worst from the weekend. Also, I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. What are your I'm not saying, but I'm just saying? Okay? Best ones, I'll read on the air. Text them on over. So we'll get back to some more of those comments, maybe concerns that you have. If anything happens to transpire in the next hour or so, we'll keep you posted in terms of the coaching department and such. But again, I think if Green Bay were to move on from Matt LaFleur, by the latest, we'd find out by tomorrow or Wednesday. If they really wanted to move on from LaFleur, they'd probably want to get into, the coaching market and such. So, all right, 3 in. We got one more to go. Got some news updates, and we'll be right back after these quick words. All right, final hour kicking off on this therapy, gut-wrenching, Monday, whatever the heck you want to call it. Monday fun day. That too. Let's be positive, right, Justice?
Oh, I'm just going to bring the joy.
That's JC and the EC, Justice Cleveland, sports director extraordinaire, joining us this morning. So before we get to, our local sports roundup, brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center, which we've got a few things to highlight. It's the big story so far today has been, what do you do with Matt LaFleur? Then Adam Schefter comes out and says, looks like they're going to be working towards an extension, which fits what Ian Rappaport had said Saturday before the game. Obviously, the way the game transpired, maybe there were some questions then, but then Tom Pelissero says the same thing that Schefter is. It's going this way. So we'll probably I don't know about you, Justice. I feel like if there is going to be a decision to move on from Matt LaFleur, we're going to find out pretty quick whether it's like later today or tomorrow. Like, because then I feel like if that is what they truly want, they want to get into the head coaching interviews right away.
I'll almost go to say it would have been done already.
Yeah,
I think it would have been done yesterday.
Yep, I would agree.
If they were going to make a move. And here, I'll say this. I went to bed on Saturday night, not sure of what his future with the team is.
Mm-hmm.
I think justifiably they could fire. If they wanted to, they are justified in what happened in that game. If you're looking at it from hey, do I need a reason to fire somebody?
Yep.
You have what you need in that game. I can see that. That being said, I'm not for firing Matt LaFleur. I'm for what the future of this team still has. I think there's still enough in there. There's enough in that tank for me to say I think Matt LaFleur is still the man who should be leading the Packers. Despite what has happened here in the last 5 games, I still think he's the guy that should be leading that team into the next year. With that being said, does there need to be changes? I think so. I think he has to take a long look at his play calling in the mirror and be like, am I the guy who should be leading this offense?
Right.
Because I don't think in the second half he was coaching to win. He was coaching not to lose, which has been a problem for Packer coaches, I feel like. You go back to the Holmgren days, and there were those Packer teams back then kind of did the same thing a lot of the games where they would get a lead halftime, and then it just became, okay, we're not going to try anything too risky. We want to just keep, we're going to just run it, take a little dink and dunk, and then punt it. And that's what happened in that offense in the second half. So that to me is something you got to look at is like, okay, how do we keep our foot on the pedal? Because too many games this year have been lost because they couldn't keep their foot on the pedal. So I think you got to look at Matt LaFleur's got to take a long look at himself. I think Rich Bisaccia is gone.
Has to.
There's no
point, right?
there's no justification for him keeping his job. I mean, I think Rich Bisaccia is a great person, but you went out and look at this. They went out and got the best guy available when they were having those problems after that San Francisco game. They're like, okay, we're going to bring in Rich Bisaccia, and he's the best out there. He's a former interim head coach. This is a guy, and I don't think you can look at what the body of work for Rich Bisaccia and say this guy has done anything to improve the special teams. So I think I know it's such a niche position, and it's a tough position to coach because, especially on the kickoffs, and you're working with whatever you got. There's no Steve Taskers anymore in this league for special teamers. Not many teams.
No Travis Jervey.
No, the teams just will not keep a guy just to be. And I think that makes it hard.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I've seen a team struggle as much that's been as good as the Packers have been to struggle as much as they have on special teams. I think Brandon McManus is probably lucky to have even a chance to fight for his job in training camp. I think that this year has been the money they invested in him after the Anders Carlson debacle. It's like they switched and he turned into Anders Carlson this year.
Yeah.
When you can't kick extra point, when you're not going out there and making those extra points look easy, which it's not as easy as it used to be, I'll give it that. So I think he's gone. You got to look. The onside kicks. There's too much. The big returns that the Bears had in this. I think there's too much to say that Rich Bisaccia should be back. So I think you got to go there and look. Jeff Hafley, I think he did what he could with that defense. That to me more falls on Brian Gutekunst. You made the big deal for Micah Parsons, and I think you just expected Rashawn Gary or Edrin Cooper to turn into these guys that can complement Lucas Van Ness. Those are 3 now. At this point, are failures. I think the book's still out on Cooper.
Okay.
I think Van Ness, I don't think it's showing that he's what you drafted him with. Like, I would put him on the bust train right now. Rashawn Gary, I don't know. Like, Rashawn Gary could be the guy who could come back next year and have a big year, but he's been so hard hit or miss in his career. I don't know. And there was just no pressure. And you're not giving any pressure to that quarterback. You're leaving these defensive backs on an island for so long when Caleb Williams, and the fact that Caleb Williams can scramble and stuff like, but I think we saw more pressure towards the end of the game, but it just, Hafley, I think Hafley might be gone. We don't know. Like, who knows what, like gone as in getting another job somewhere. But so I think he's fine. I don't have an issue with that defense for most of that game because
even though 25 points in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. I mean, that's hard to ignore. So I'll give, I think But I think that was the cumulative effect of being on the field as much as they were in that third quarter. And they made some big stops. I mean, you forget in that first half.
They won the turnover battle, which, I mean, this was a Bears team that did not turn the ball over. So the fact that, and then Ben Johnson trying to give it away by going for those force and such.
Yeah, and them getting the big stops on those. Let's also go to Ben Johnson here for half a second. Ben Johnson could be just being raked over the coals right now. Now, credit, they won. So he can't, like, that's there. But, man, there were some decisions where you're looking at this, like, this would have went the other way. Would the Packers end up winning that game big? You look at those going for it on fourth down on your own 32. That's not a decision you should be making at that point. I know it's giving complete faith in your team, but yeah,
or showing a lack of disrespect to the other team.
And I think, you mark my words, I feel like now if they win the Super Bowl, people are going to really come back at me. Ben Johnson's going to outcoach himself at some point here in the playoffs. And I think he did in that game and got lucky that his team was able to rally and get the win, because I think if you look back on that, and those plays would be just like, what were you thinking? And not attacking I mean, he ran the ball, but it's like at times you're like, you're running right through this defense. Again, that was the same thing in all the games. Like, they're running right through these and they're still passing the ball when they don't need to. So, yeah. So there's my diatribe a little bit on this game. I think to Cliff notes it quick. I think LaFleur, I'm fine with him being back. I think there's still a lot of talent there. I think he really commands that locker room pretty well. Obviously, take a long look.
If it is in fact true that it will be back, I think, one thing's going to be interesting. How long is the extension?
Right.
Because let's say it's a 1 year, that doesn't mean, I think to me that's a 1 year prove it deal. Because then you're back in the same situation we were at the beginning of this year.
It's the Mike Sherman.
Yeah, exactly.
When Ted Thompson took over, in my mind, if that's what happens.
And then the other part is, and this is the part we may never know, because I don't know if it'd be publicly out there. Does it come with the caveat, okay, you got to make some changes on the coaching staff, kind of what you were alluding to, coordinators, all that. I agree with you with the play calling, and I know this is the name that's going to be floated out there, but it's like, Mike McDaniel coming over to be an offensive coordinator and calling plays, I would be good with.
He's a mad scientist. I think I would be fine with it too.
And they're very close. They know each other very well. They run a lot of the same stuff. They're from the same tree, so there wouldn't be, an adjustment to that sort of thing. So, something like that, to me, I'd almost want maybe like an experienced play caller, somebody who's done it before.
And maybe is that the case? And maybe with LaFleur, there's too many cooks in the kitchen there.
Yeah,
like how much input is he getting?
Because didn't I see he brought in Nathaniel Hackett again this week?
You're looking at the defensive coach's shot, and I'm like, is that Nathaniel Hackett in the background there?
Yeah.
So you got Hackett, Stenovich, LaFleur,
Luke Getsy, I think, is helping him out.
Yeah,
and
and what happens? You end up getting a delay a game off of a timeout in a key situation. That that's the one that, like, you're looking for things that were like, okay, this what are your big checks against LaFleur? And that would be one of them. Like, you cannot say that. So I remember that happening with Mike McCarthy.
Yeah.
Too. So it's like, that's the first thing. I'm like, this is Mike McCarthy level of clock management at that moment. They're like, how do you I think they thought they were getting the 2-minute timeout instead of the 30-second, hey, you get to talk this over, but you're going right back on, because they didn't go to a commercial, they didn't do any of that. It was just hey, you get a minute here to talk this over and you're back out. And the fact that they couldn't come up with a play, that's a tough. Yeah, that's one where you got to look in the mirror and be like, okay, that's all on us. And I didn't like the fact that no one knew what happened.
Right.
Like, both sides were like, that can't happen. It's like, okay, how did it happen?
Right. Exactly.
And they were getting out of there was a lot. I know they don't want to give the Bears defense a lot to look at. So there was a lot of late snaps, but there was a lot of times they were right there. And that's, maybe that's a lot of games, but I think I just noticed it a lot with the Packers there. And then when you're taking it down to that 0, that defense knows when they got to go.
Yeah.
Like, when that's clock, like, they're not hopping at 5 when you're not even up to the line really set until like 5. They know they're going right at the play clock. So stuff like that, a deep review has to happen, and it will. And that team. You could see it on LaFleur's face in post game. You could see it yesterday, even like this one. It's a gut shot. And you try to come out there and put on a brave face, but in the background, it's just like, how did this happen? It's a snowball rolling downhill. Unfortunately, when it happens 2 times to the same team, to the same now rival coach. They're always rivals, but it's like now you've got yourself an actual rivalry. It's like back in the day, like a Buddy Ryan, Jimmy Johnson thing going on here now.
Oh, especially in the post-game locker room.
Yeah.
Stuff that we can't say on the air that was said. So.
And I don't think Ben Johnson will apologize for it, but man, if they come out next year.
Dickie V called him out on Twitter. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, Dickie V.
That is just full straight up, especially if you know it's being taped, which you got to know, Ben. I think Ben Johnson is conscious enough about all that stuff. He is, I think, very much about what things look like, the setup, the scene. You could see, I think, him on the sidelines, just that stoic look. It's almost reminds me of Jim Schwartz back in the day with the Lions. Just like, I think he knows what he's doing. So, I think he's very image conscious. So he knows what he did there, but he's got to remember that's going to be played and played and played. And that's locker room bulletin board material now. That's the video screens in the locker room material for game week. You put that up every 5 minutes. If you're LaFleur next year and the coaches and they have those video screens in there, week against the Bears, you put that on there and it plays till the point where that team just wants to knock that out of the mouth of the Bears. So I think it was not. I get the emotion for, but that's going to be one that.
The one thing I was kind of confused about after the game, and maybe I just missed it. I mean, there was a couple, but it almost reminded me a little bit of Jordan-esque, and I'm not trying to compare the Bears and to Michael Jordan, but you heard it from Ben Johnson, you heard it from Caleb Williams that they said there was a lot of noise coming from the building up north, and we heard it, and like, what was said? Like, there wasn't really anything that I thought was like locker room talk.
If anything, it was more Ben Johnson's side.
Yeah. So when you had Ben Johnson say that in his post-game presser, like he literally said, like there was a lot of noise coming up from the team up north, and players and coaches heard about it. And Caleb said, we had heard some stuff and that they wanted us. And I'm like, where's that coming from? I get it from like a rematch sort of thing.
Yeah. I had the talk about the hit.
I know Josh Jacobs said that. Yeah,
like they want to protect their quarterback. But I don't think it was anything where they're like, we're coming after you.
Right.
So I think, that was, to me, I think it's controlling your narrative there. I think a lot of that is Ben Johnson. And that's what a coach will do.
Right.
He's morphing something that was said into this team doesn't respect you. Go out there and show them respect.
Like that Jordan thing.
Yeah,
where he's
exactly.
Like,
and I took that personally.
Yeah.
So, if it worked, honestly, it's hats off to Ben Johnson, because I didn't, listening to all the sound bites I did for the week, there wasn't anything like just vicious of,
right,
we're coming at you. But that's a coach's job to get his team motivated. And that Bears team, you can say, despite the first half, the second half, they came out and played. I honestly think after the McManus field goal to end the half, that's right then and there in my head. I'm like, missed opportunity number one. And I'm like, this is exactly the formula that you need for a team to, like, you're not ending it. You're not keeping your foot on the gas. It was like, oh, ho-hum, he missed that field goal. They go into the 21-3 at the break. Yeah. It's that opportunity. And you just, like, you start counting up those missed points.
Yep.
And you start like, oh, this is coming down. And in my head, it's like it's coming down to those kicks. Even when they add, and then you add on 5 more, or 3 more points, 4 more points. I can do math. 4 more points there, 7 points right there and then.
Yep.
That's it. So.
Yep. It's it's this situation now too where I think we really took Mason Crosby for granted.
Oh yeah.
You think about. You look at the Bears kicker. He's used to the winning at. He's, you talk about Lambeau and Soldier Field and all that. It's like, it's still a kicking game. It still comes down to, you got to have a good kicker. We cannot take these for granted anymore. I don't know what they do with that.
And it's crazy how quickly it turned for McManus. And it does this a lot of times with kickers. I think he had so much confidence last year. And then you watched him and he'd walk in there and you're like, it's made.
Yeah.
After Carlson, and where it was like you knew he had the biggest leg in the world, but it was like, was he going to be able to get the accuracy? McManus, it was all about his accuracy.
Yeah.
And you really never questioned it until that injury happened. And then he came back. I just don't think he's had the same belief in himself as he did before that. And we saw it there. And now would have been different if we would have kept the other kicker on, I don't know, because he was struggling as well. So now it's in the offseason, I think that's got to be a priority of, I don't know who you bring in. I don't know how you know, because it's kicking world is so crazy because guys can be so hot or cold. But you definitely look back on the Mason Crosby era of like, he had a couple struggles there here and there, but from almost 20 years, he was automatic.
Yep.
Especially when it came to big kicks.
Even towards the end of his career, he was automatic too.
Oh, exactly. So I mean, you're not kicking as many field goals anymore, but it seems like they're now, when you need to kick them, they're going to be around 50 yards. You got to have a guy who can make those kicks. And you see in the league, there's guys kicking 67-yard field goals now.
Yeah.
I don't think McManus has that leg anymore. And we've seen him make some big kicks, but man, that's a killer. And that's one that's going you can't forget that if you're a Packer fan, because it basically cost you a game.
Yep. 7
part
points.
of it. I mean, it's part of what cost you a game.
But you make them, and we're not probably having this discussion. We're probably talking about Seattle right now. So, but all right, we got plenty more to get to here. We got to take that quick break though, and we'll be right back after these few words. So before we get to our local sports roundup here, we're talking about, obviously, Matt LaFleur is a big topic of conversation right now, and reports are saying, started off technically over the weekend, Ian Rappaport was the first one to say they're working on it, and this was before the game, though. So I know that opinion kind of like, oh, okay, is that going to change now? But then Schefter this morning saying that's the goal, is they're going to work on an extension here and such. And I think, you and I both kind of said the same thing. Okay, so there does probably have to be changes with assistants
Right.
and coordinators and such. Do you see this kind of being, the example I'll throw out there is, remember a couple years ago, Nick Sirianni. There were some thoughts, is he going to be back? Is he not? What happened? He was pretty much told, here's your two new coordinators, Vic Fangio and Kellen Moore.
Right. Yep.
And they win a Super Bowl. So,
Exactly.
Is that something you'd like to see happen with Green Bay?
I think you have to. I mean, you got to take a long, long look. We were talking in the last segment. It's like you look at your the way the structure of the offense is right now.
Mm-hmm.
What needs to be there to make that work better? That's a team now, offensive line wise. This will also be kind of a referendum on Goody.
Yeah,
because I think I don't know what grade you would give him for this last year, but it's not a great one in my mind because I think you obviously got Micah Parsons. The Parsons goes way up there.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at the rest of it,
Nate Hobbs didn't look like a good signing.
No.
Aaron Banks is questionable at best.
at best,
Yeah.
I mean the depth on that line, period,
Mm-hmm.
has struggled. The defensive line,
Yep.
the depth there. I think you got to look at it like, and I think it's more, and it depends on what happens with Halfley too.
Mm-hmm.
He comes back. You definitely got to make some changes, personnel wise,
Mm-hmm.
coaching wise on the defensive side. I don't know. I mean, if he likes what he has, he got a lot out of nothing for some of those games.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of those. I think Ed Policy is a guy who has been around the game for his whole life.
That's where it gives me comfort, and I was talking about this earlier. He is the de facto owner. I get that. You know, we all get that. But it's not like he is a billionaire that's coming in with, saying, all right, I'm the owner. I'm making these decisions from a fan perspective. This is a guy who's got a ton of football experience.
Right. And it's such a different position than a team owner,
Mm-hmm.
where you're not Jerry Jones.
Mm-hmm.
You're not all powerful.
Mm-hmm.
You have the most say in everything, but you have not really ever seen a Packers general or president, come in and just be like, we're doing this, we're doing this, we're doing this.
Right.
I mean, there's usually it's more of a democracy than it is a monarchy.
Mm-hmm.
And we've seen, and I think these guys have all put their mark on the team. I think Ed Policy, again, a guy whose family has been in football. He's part of, there when the 49ers, watching his dad
Mm-hmm.
run that franchise, one of the best franchises in the history of sports for especially the 80s.
A dynasty, yeah.
A dynasty. I don't think he was going to be snap reactive.
Mm-hmm.
And on the other side of it being with the amount of experience he has, I think he would be gone if they didn't have faith in Matt LaFleur.
Mm-hmm.
I think he would have been done on yesterday. We would have heard something.
Yep. I would agree.
I think the fact that they scheduled a press conference, and granted, I don't think the release came out till like 3 a.m. when they were, makes me think that there had been some talks and like, hey, we want you back.
Mm-hmm.
Come in, business as usual. And maybe that's what Matt LaFleur wanted too.
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, granted, they got to agree to an extension.
Yep.
There have been ways where like teams haven't been able to agree on something with their coach, and that's the way that they've
Mm-hmm.
parted.
Yep.
So I think the leverage obviously is on the Packers side after that.
Right.
It's just how much does LaFleur want to stay and coach the Packers,
Mm-hmm.
which from all sounds, I don't think he wants to leave at all.
No.
So I think that's where it all kind of works down to is like they have faith in Matt LaFleur. You have Policy's got so much experience. Goody's got to prove it.
Mm-hmm.
This was a bad year for him at GM.
Mm-hmm.
You got a number one pick who barely gets used when you have other glaring needs.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of those picks, hit or miss, but I don't know. Who would you say was made the most impact out of those picks?
From this year? Or?
Yeah, from this past year.
Ooh.
Exactly. I mean, it's that if it wasn't
Probably Anthony Belton just because he's got in the starting lineup, but that wasn't right away. That it's not. I mean, Baron Sorrell kind of, but not
he had
enough.
his big game. That was a de facto
Right.
preseason game at the end of the year.
Colin Oliver was hurt, got played one game, and that's a 5th-round pick.
Yep.
Savion Williams, but again, he's
Right.
barely saw him too, and he got hurt. So, gosh, who is the most impactful rookie from 2025?
So you got to look at that. Like you got to look back on it. The best signing, obviously, is the Micah Parsons trade.
Mm-hmm.
But you end up giving up depth on the defensive line that you definitely could have used here at the end of the year. So it's
yeah, I mean, these were the picks from last year. Matthew Golden, Anthony Belton, Savion Williams, Barron Sorrell, Colin Oliver, Warren Brinson, Micah Robinson, and then John Williams.
Yeah, I mean, other than doing the score for Star Wars and Superman for John Williams, I mean, there's...
He didn't play at all. He got activated just a couple weeks ago to practice window, but then they ended it. Like, he did not even hit the field.
I mean, the Savion and Gold, I mean, there's still a lot to be written for these guys.
Mm-hmm.
As for impactful rookies, though, Golden, just because he caught the touchdown pass here in this last game, and Savion had some nice plays, but as far as just making a huge impact on the team, none of those guys did a whole lot, and you probably could have survived without any of those guys compared to guys off the street. Didn't do a lot. So that's where I think Goody's definitely got to look in the mirror and be like, okay, what can I do? And I don't, again, a lot of that comes from what policies allotting and how much reign he's having on there. Again, these guys have all worked together. So this isn't like these, policy came in and is just a stranger to this organization. Right. This is a guy who's been there.
And he was on the, lack of a better word, committee that got Matt LaFleur hired. So he's familiar with him in that. So, and
he doesn't seem like, just from watching him, I haven't really interacted with him. Just seeing him, in the press box, not a guy who's going to have two highs and lows. He seems like a very guy who's taking everything in. So I think he's taking everything in after that loss and saying, okay, but I still believe in Matt LaFleur, and I think this organization still believes in him.
Yeah, it's, I was looking at even like 2024's picks. Edrin Cooper, Javon Bullard, and Evan Williams, I think those were good picks, solid picks. I think the jury's still out on Jordan Morgan.
The guy was everywhere, played everywhere, but and what's his grade?
Right.
From,
and that's, to me, maybe the other question here, too, is like, are they asking too much from these younger linemen to say, hey, we're going to train you to play multiple positions? In theory, it's like, okay, that, then you have a lot of options, but then it's like, okay, maybe they need to hyper-focus, like, hey, this is what he does best. He's a tackle, so let's focus on him being a tackle instead of asking him to learn to play tackle, guard, and then maybe an emergency center.
Yeah, and those that injuries on those lines, and we've talked about it. Obviously, but the Banks signing, another swing and a miss. That one was a domino effect for that line. Like, this is a guy
considering when you could have had Josh Myers cheaper back.
Yeah, you thought you were bringing in this guy who was is proven, but you got nothing out of him really this year, nothing. And so then you're playing guys kind of out of position the whole year, which kind of you can say helps lead to that chance of more injuries because these guys aren't playing their exact spots. And then you just get those injuries to guys, experienced guys, and they're just banged up the whole year. That line never felt cohesive. They had some games where I think that the offense was able to click, but that line never had it where it's like, this is a line that can go out and dominate a game. And I think that, again, that domino effect happening, the running game wasn't anywhere near what it was, I felt like, this year than it was last year. You're putting a lot more pressure. Your wide receivers are getting banged up. You lose a guy who would have been an all-pro tight end. Again, that's where the stuff that I think if you're at policy, you're looking at like, okay, there's a lot of things that went wrong that weren't Matt LaFleur's, like, under his control. And I think you look at like, if we can come back next year healthy, like they were for maybe the first 4 weeks of the season, if you can come back and play like that, that's the potential of this team. Think about it, that Denver game where they had to lead before Micah got hurt and before Zach Tom got hurt. That was another one in there too. 9-3-1 in the top seed in the NFC. Right. That's, we forget like the narrative of what was on this team for that point. They came out of the gate looking good, struggled in the Cleveland game, throw that in there, and then came back and had a good stretch again. And it's like, okay, this team's back. The final 5 games. So it was a tale of like 3 different parts there. Now you got to put together like, what is the true nature of this team and what was the potential if these dominoes hadn't fallen to where they were at the end of the year. And I think as a fan, it's hard to look at that stuff because you're still, the hurt of what happened in that game immediately is there. There's a lot of things you got to look at as a president of a team and say, do I think this was more all Matt LaFleur, or was it a lot of these things? And it's going to end up being, it's always a little bit of both,
Mm-hmm.
but I think it was more what happened with the injuries and all that stuff.
I think, you might know this a little bit more, and I know we got to take a quick break here, but, there was a narrative, I think it was last week and such, about, when it comes to like assistant coaches and that, are the Packers, do they come by cheap? Are they a little cheap? And
The Wisconsin Badgers.
Yeah,
theory?
right. Yeah, exactly. And I know there's still kind of that talk. Well, is Green Bay willing to maybe pay Matt LaFleur $15 million? Because I know some people are like, wait. That's the going rate. I mean, first year head coaches Liam Cohen got pretty much, I think it was like 12 or 13 million before he coached a game. So that's the market right now. We say that with quarterbacks and that's the market. So
proven commodity.
Yep. So the question then is, if Green Bay does have a quote budget, because I go back to when LaFleur was first hired, then there was that report for special teams. He wanted to hire Darren Rizzi, which well-respected special teams coordinator. He's with Denver right now, and he's getting head coaching interviews. And apparently Rizzi came to Green Bay. He was willing to take the job if they matched his price, and Green Bay said no.
Yeah.
And then he left. I don't know if that's fully true, and I don't know if that's something, and then you had people saying this is why they always promote from within and blah, 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 blah. And if that is the case, that's shame on Green Bay, I think.
Right.
Because you can't sit here and say it's time we compete for championships. And you're not putting all your effort into that.
Right.
So I honestly feel like they come in with LaFleur and they bring in extension, here you go, but we need you to make changes with your. If that is the caveat, there shouldn't be a budget then with coaching staff.
No, you got to go out and bring the best. I mean, special teams, are they in this mess if that originally happens? Who knows? Who knows?
Yep.
But I think, like I said, they brought in, but you got to go back. Like Rich Bisaccia was definitely the best guy available.
Everybody doesn't like him now, but we love to hire when that happened.
That was a guy who was getting head coaching interviews.
Yep.
And the Packers said, hey, come over here. Well, and I got to imagine they paid him a good amount of money to become a special. So it's not like they haven't tried with some of them, but you're right. I think there's a lot of them where you look at it, it's like, okay, but you also want to keep guys in the organization. I think offensive coordinator is the one where he's like, okay, they just kept bumping guys up, but it's like they were having success. Mm-hmm. And Matt LaFleur was basically the play caller, so why not? So I think if you're going to make changes, you got to go out there and make changes. Don't just say, hey, this guy's getting moved to this position. Right. Make changes and show that you mean this. That's
kind of like the Eagles from a couple years ago.
Yep.
I'll even say this on air too. It's like, I'm sure Jeff Hafley probably didn't cost as much as maybe a veteran established defensive coordinator that was. Jeff Hafley probably was a little bit cheaper than, say, the top defensive coordinator.
Yeah, a guy who was kind of looking to get out of the college game, got his chance. So I don't think, exactly. It was as much as somebody who's experienced NFL coordinator coming in.
Right. So it's definitely going to be an interesting offseason.
It is. Hey, you know what? It's never boring.
No. And I agree with you, too. With Goody, he needs to get a little bit under the spotlight, too, because you got Micah locked up. You got Jordan Love locked up. You got a lot of contracts locked up
for another year if you decide to.
If they keep him, which I would be shocked if they keep him at that. But Zach Tom's locked up. You need your picks to hit then.
Yeah.
You need contributors from these younger guys. So that scouting staff and everybody's got to hit.
I mean, as much as we laud that Matthew Golden pick, that was such a stretch for them at that point. Do they need to do that? So that's gonna be the question as going forward and see what Golden turns into.
All right, we got to take a quick break here. We'll do a quick version of some local sports roundup coming up after these quick words. All right, switching gears here for just a few minutes. Let's do our local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. Let's start off with Blue Gold basketball because a little bit of a change over the weekend. So they did back-to-back at Menominee for basketball. 2 really close games, too.
Really, yeah.
I mean, fits that war on 94 profile, right? So Stout women's team edging out Eau Claire to pick up a victory, and then the men's team bouncing back and picking up a victory against Stout. So far, I've been seeing, like, Platteville took down Lacrosse, too.
Right.
I mean, WIAC basketball is just crazy so far.
We talked before that it was going to be just a nuts year. You know, Lacrosse being ranked in the top 10. Platteville not even ranked.
Right.
That's not going to last because they just took down the Blue Golds and Lacrosse in back-to-back games. So they're sitting on the top of the conference right now. Yeah, I mean, if you look at that game, those games on Saturday, for Iverson and her team, that's a gutty comeback for them. The Blue Golds were, looking really good in that game, and they were able to force overtime and then get the victory and the win. And I think for Tanya's team, that's just a continue of Tanya England's younger squad, two games in a row, learning moments late in games and what they need to do.
Right.
And I think if there's anybody who can teach that, it's Tanya England. She is just a master class at coach, and I think she will take those 2 finishes and be like, okay, this is what we got to do. Slow the game down a little bit, guys. And so when they get in that situation again, and this is a team that's beat some big opponents this year.
Right.
It won't be the game won't be moving too fast where they're not getting the shots they want. So I think that's a big win for Stout. I think it's a good learning moment the last 2 games for the Blue Golds as they go on and continue here in conference season. Men's side, I mean, you come back from just getting shellacked by Platteville.
Yeah.
It's you lose a heartbreaker at Stevens Point, and then you go to Platteville, and Platteville just jumps all over you. To go on the road in a game that you weren't planning to be on the road, in a what was got to be a hostile, just like a doubleheader situation there, and getting the win and gutting it out there. That's good for them as we move on here for the rest of this season.
Absolutely. And now, so coming up on Wednesday, it'll be both teams taking on River Falls, men's and women's. Blue Golds team taking on River Falls.
So, the women's team, they will be home, getting River Falls, looking for, to bounce back from those 2 losses. And the men's team, it's another road game. Instead of it's going to be 4 straight now. Yeah. So you got to go to River Falls and take care of business there.
And I know this was last year, but wasn't it River Falls that handed the Blue Golds a loss that kind of surprised a lot of people in the men's for the standings wise a little bit?
It's almost like you don't want to be surprised. Right. You just look at how competitive everything is from top to bottom. And I was looking at the standings for both men's and women's earlier in the week, like on Thursday. I'm just like, this is such a stacked conference. The amount of winning records you have, and now granted, some of them don't have winning record in conference right now. It's still very early. But, yeah, it's going to be a battle. And that's how I just keep putting that out. It's going to be a battle here. And nothing's written at all in the conference right now.
Yeah. So I know hockey's going on as well. I mean, Blue Gold, women's team put up 7 goals in a game, too. So
team that just continues to, I think, improve. They were good to start the season, but have stack those success as we keep going here. Right. Same with the men's team too.
Over the weekend too, I know wrestling had a good weekend for Blue Gold Wrestling, which probably no surprise with Tim Fader's group over there too.
And that man is just the amount of energy he has and can pass on to anybody else is just phenomenal.
Absolutely. So for high school wise, what's the week kind of just generally look like for you? Another busy week?
Yeah, I just want to go back to Friday night. I got to see a classic between Eau Claire Memorial and Rice Lake and girls basketball. That was as much of a playoff atmosphere. When you Addie Shepley, you look at Kling, Shaw. I mean, the amount of great Schmidt for Rice Lake, the amount of great players that are on those 2 teams, and to have the freshmen. First of all, Rhea Shaw had one of her best offensive games. Like, she's usually the facilitator, but she showed something different, scoring 27 points.
Man,
they're such a deep team. And Nora Kling might be maybe the spotlight's on her a lot, but Rhea Shaw just had a monster game. And then the one to watch coming up, Ava McCarthy, hitting a 3-pointer at the buzzer. We're talking, I didn't think she was going to get it off. Time's taken down. Shaw has to bring it all the way down, and that's where you have Shaw, who's just got world-class speed, running down there, and she dishes at the last second. And I thought for sure, I'm like, oh, they're never going to get this shot off. And Ava McCarthy pulls it up, hits the 3-pointer, ice in her veins as a freshman, just one of those, like when you work, you don't get many of those. You know, you shoot thousands of games.
I was going to say, because you got that shot. I mean, are you pumped as like somebody there just like, oh, I can't believe I got that shit. You know, that's sort of.
It's like, oh, and it was right at me. It was everything that you want as a photographer. And it's the second time this year that I've had, because Lydia Palmier made the one earlier in the year to beat Mosany at the buzzer too. So I'm blessed in the fact that it's just luck that I'm at those two games. But it really is. I mean, you work. You don't get many buzzer beaters. You really don't. You might not get one a whole season. And the fact that I've had two this year, and again, hats off to Rice Lake. They put up a heck of a fight. They were leading at half, and Addie Shepley, which gets kind of lost in the whole thing, is like people aren't going to remember that she hit a step back three with 5 seconds to go to tie the game up. I mean, everything you want in watching D1 talent, D1, girls that are going to go play on D1 basketball. That's what you ask for in high school basketball when you get a game like that, and the matchup lived up to the billing.
That's awesome. And probably two teams that are talented to make deep postseason runs, I would imagine, too. So.
I mean, if you throw that game in there, and then you throw the fact that we had that 50th anniversary North Memorial hockey game going on, and a classic there with North coming up with the victory, that's the kind of stuff that you love. I'm turning into Dan Dog. That's the kind of stuff you love. That guy over there. But no, I think it's just, that's what makes this job so much fun.
Right.
It really does.
That's awesome. So just kind of off the top of your head, anything this week that's kind of getting your attention a little bit?
You mean off the top of my head as I look quick at my we have girls basketball, Memorial North tomorrow.
Okay.
So we got that one going on. So that's always a fun one. Fall Creek McDonald boys basketball. So some really good. Oliva Strum Blair Taylor girls basketball tomorrow as well. Two of the top teams in the Dairyland going at it. So
nice.
That's a nice matchup there. So it's another one of those weeks where Memorial Chi High hockey on Thursday. So Hudson North hockey. North, I mean, coming off that win of Memorial, but they would love to find a way to beat Hudson, which Hudson's just kind of been the top right now of that conference. Everybody's trying to knock them off that perch. So, it's going to be just one of those, another, just a big fun week. I know the Midwest Players Classic basketball tournament, not tournament, but showcase is going on at the Lacrosse Center.
Okay.
I think Regis and Aquinas are playing. Turtle Lake will be there, a bunch of teams from the area. So, and you got, the WIC stuff going on at the end of the week. Pretty much almost every team's home or in the area. So, another good week for local sports.
Awesome. Good stuff there. Justice Cleveland, WEAU 13 News, Sports Scene 13 for your local sports roundup.
Oh, yeah, Sunday, too. I'll be talking to a certain Pat Murphy.
That's right.
At the Pablo, so that'll be kind of fun, too.
You're going to ask him some hard-hitting questions?
Oh, I will. Like, how many pancakes are in his pocket at the moment?
Yeah, there you go.
That'd be fun. I think that's going to
be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I've never really had a sit-down one-on-one with him, but from everything I've heard, easy guy to talk to.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. All right, we got to take a quick break, and we'll wrap it up here. We only got a couple minutes left, so we'll do that after these few words. We only got a few minutes left to the top, but we got plenty of Green Bay stuff throughout the week and off-season talk. And
I like that, we were just having this off air. Our conversations, like things looking forward to is like Christian Watson, I think, is a bona fide star number one wide receiver if he can stay healthy.
He got one All-Pro vote, second team All-Pro.
For playing half a season. That tells you that people are like, this guy has something special. And then unsung hero, I think, on that team is Romeo Doubs. After all the stuff last year, him not showing up and all that stuff, and for him, since that moment, that's a guy who you can count on, and it really has been just, he's not putting up huge numbers, but when you need a conversion or something like that, that guy has been pretty much sure hand. I get it, the onside kick, people are going to like, but you think about the whole season, what it could have been if they didn't have Romeo Doubs.
Yeah, and I think I know it was like earlier in the season they said there was some maybe initial conversations about extending him. I just wonder if, with Jaden Reed, Christian Watson, Matthew Golden as a first-round pick, I don't know if he'll be back next year, though.
And that's the thing, and that would be one of those, that's going to be some big shoes to fill, because that is a guy who has no problem going over the middle, takes a ton of punishment. Obviously, he's wearing the cap on the helmet because that man has taken some beatings, but to see him come out, and I think this year, and just kind of be the glue for what was just a mismatch for most of the year. I think that gives him, in my mind, that's your unsung hero there. Or Daniel Whelan, because that man can punt. He can. Can he kick, though, too? Field goals and that. Man. Really quick, because we only have a couple minutes. Your first thoughts, first impressions on the biggest need in the offseason, player-wise for Packers. Is it a corner? Is it offensive line? Is it defensive lineman? Oh, man. It's a tie between the O-line and the D-line. I know you're going to get Micah, but he's going to try to be back for the start of the season, but that's hoping a lot. You're definitely going to need some more push up there. You can't. There were just points in that fourth quarter where I put it on. It looked like they were ballroom dancing with the offense. They were getting nothing. Yeah. Like Kalen Williams, you can't give him. You give him 4 seconds is enough. You give him 6, 7. He's going to pick
like that. Sorry, I had to. Because my kid does it all the time. I'm sorry. I want to. No, that's on me. I want to hit myself now for doing that. I can't believe I just did that. I got the slime on. I know I can't do that on television right there. So, yeah. So I think it's between that. And obviously, I think defensive backfield needs help too. But I think those lines, you can't do much in the defensive backfield if you're not getting any push at the line too. I think I was high on Carrington Valentine at the beginning, but this year I think he took a step down. Yeah, tackling wise, and that is just it was pretty rough. I say Evan Williams, I was impressed with. I think he's one of those guys whose stock just shot up. Him and Javon Bullard, I thought, really took strides this year too. So those are positives for sure. But all right, I'm sure there's going to be a lot more happening today and throughout the week, though. So we'll all be paying attention here, but. Shot clock's cutting me off right now here in the next few seconds. So enjoy the rest of the week, everybody. You can do it. You can do it. It's okay. It's okay. So, all right. Same place, same time tomorrow morning. Maybe we'll have more updates coming your way. But until then, we'll talk to you 6 a.m. tomorrow morning.